Good evening, everyone. If I can get everyone to quiet down for a moment. Thank you so much. We're going to go ahead and get this meeting on the road. Okay. Okay, good evening, everyone. Today is March 18th, and it is 6:06 p.m. This is an 8-member board appointed by the City of South Fulton's Mayor and Council to hold public hearings, to make recommendations on rezoning, use permits, concurrent variance applications, comprehensive land use plans, maps, and amendments to the zoning resolution. The applicants and proponents of each case will be allowed a total of 10 minutes to present their case. Since the burden of proof is upon the applicants to convince the board that the application should be approved, they may choose to reserve some of that time for rebuttal. Following the proponent's presentation, any individuals in opposition will have a total of 10 minutes to present their position. If people will speak in opposition, you should organize yourselves as to allow everyone to speak in the 10-minute time frame. Opposition is not permitted rebuttal time. If you wish to address the commission on a case, you must fill out a comment card and indicate whether you are a proponent or an opponent of a case. If you are not sure whether or not you are a proponent or an opponent, you must fill out an opponent comment card. The commission will take 2 votes on each application. The first vote is going to be on the findings of fact as presented by staff, and the second vote is for approval, denial, or deferral of the application. It is the second vote that determines the board's recommendation to the City Council. These same matters will be heard at the next City Council public hearing on April 15th, and then voted on at the next City Council meeting. Please refrain from any verbal outbursts during the public hearing, and please only address the commission during the designated public comment time. We will proceed with the agenda. Staff, can you please call the roll?
Commissioner Perry. Commissioner Jones.
Present.
Commissioner Jefferson.
Present.
Commissioner Smith-Vickers.
Present.
Commissioner Williams.
Present.
Commissioner Leverett.
Present.
Commissioner Price. Commissioner Dunn.
Present.
Thank you. Thank you so much. So now we're going to go into the approval of the minutes from the February 18, 2026 meeting. I'm just going to go ahead and start off by saying, after my review of the minutes, I do believe that the nomination for chairperson is incorrect. I think that it was Commissioner Jefferson, but I think that you guys just need to go back and review that. You also have the second as Commissioner Jefferson. You had Perry as the nomination and then Jefferson second, so I believe there just is an edit that needs to be made there. I don't know exactly who, but it was not it was not Perry that made the nomination. Okay. Are there any other changes to the minutes? Okay. Okay. So hearing no other changes to the minutes, I think we need to postpone approval of the minutes until we get confirmation of who provided the correct, those motions from the last minutes. Let's see. So I propose that we move it to the April 22nd meeting to go back over these minutes to approve them. Can I get a motion?
So moved. Second.
It's been properly moved and seconded. Can I get a roll call, please?
Commissioner Jones.
Aye.
Commissioner Jefferson.
Aye.
Commissioner Williams.
Aye.
Commissioner Leverett.
Aye.
Commissioner Dunn.
Aye.
Thank you so much. Next, we will move on to the agenda for today. If there are no corrections to the agenda, can I get approval from our commissioners here for approval of the agenda?
I make a motion to approve the agenda as presented.
Second.
It's been properly moved and seconded. Can you please call the roll?
Commissioner Jones.
Aye.
Commissioner Jefferson.
Aye.
Commissioner Williams.
Aye.
Commissioner Leverett.
Aye.
Commissioner Dunn.
Aye.
Thank you so much, staff. We're going to go ahead and move on to our first case, which is Z26-002. Staff, can you please present the staff report?
Yes, case Z26-002. The address is 4700 Welcome Road. This case was deferred at the last Planning Commission meeting. There was a public hearing held, so I'm not sure if you want to hold another public hearing, but we did meet with the applicant after that meeting to go over their site plan, to work out any changes that they would like to make according to the CUP regulations. They did submit a revised site plan that showed a new amenity area in the rear of the property. However, the lot count remained the same and the lot sizes remained the same. Therefore, our staff recommendation remains the same of denial. And just for the record, the applicant is seeking to rezone from AG1 to CUP to develop 35 single-family units on 15 acres at 4700 Welcome Road. Again, staff is maintaining their recommendation of denial.
Thank you so much, Matthew. At this time, I'll go ahead and open the public hearing. Is the applicant present? Good afternoon. Can you please state your name and address for the record?
My name is Mike Lee with Tributary Homes. I reside at 2136 North Highway 113, Carrollton, Georgia.
Thank you.
Okay, we do have a PowerPoint presentation here, and I understand the staff's recommendation of denial, but I'd like to go through this, and we did add the entire back half of the property, which is almost 50% of the property, as I don't know who controls the clicker and to move this through, but the back half of the property is now a nature trail with a gazebo. We cut in a trail, in an easement through the cul-de-sac to get to that and make it a really nice trail, an attractive living, working, walking community. So that's a huge space back there. Our overall density, and he's correct that we did not change the lot sizes or the lot amounts, but the allowance under the zoning allows for a lot more lots than this. This property to the south, the lots are slightly bigger than ours, and it's under the CUP zoning as well. So to the north, the lots are a decent amount bigger than the ones we have, but the overall density from the entire property is, if you average the lot size to the overall size of the property, our lots overall our density is greater than the other, or less than the other lots. So I think we have an attractive place that meets the need there. We do have a difference after our meeting with the staff, and they were great to work with and talk through, and we made that change. We talked to the councilwoman, and our other public hearing that we had that was here, the community meeting, was very well attended, and a lot of discussion was there, and those things moved forward. And our discussions with her led us to keep the lot sizes the same and add the nature trail and the gazebo and make that amenity as nice as we could. Y'all have any questions for me?
So, I don't have any questions at this time. We can circle back. Is that the end of your presentation?
No, I want to see if there's questions on that. It seemed like you were looking at things. Again, the overall density is better than the neighboring properties. I do believe that the zoning is, the project's in keeping with the CUP. The challenge for us is we have to work with the staff and the councilwoman as well, and we want to make the best project for the area that we can. And I want to also just say we're local. We're from Carrollton, Georgia. We're not a big regional or national builder, developer. We want to build a good project. If you want to see any of our stuff that we do, we do a lot of stuff all over West Georgia, and you can come see our products, see our stuff. We're a community-minded group that we're builders and developers. It's a business for us, but it is a community company that we have. We're very involved in our own community, and we invest in everywhere we go.
Thank you.
Okay.
Okay, you can take a seat at this time. How many minutes does he have left on the clock?
We have the landowners here as well.
Oh, okay, sure. Come on up.
Good evening.
How are you? Can you please state your
Mark
name?
Burns, and I reside at 101 Lakeside Cove, Carrollton, Georgia. I am with We Partner Group. We are a private equity firm. We buy and sell residential and commercial real estate. We purchased this land a number of years ago with the intent to develop it. Over the last 7 or 8 months, we have been working with Tributary, who is a developer in the Carrollton area and has also built in this area as well. Our intent was to develop this land into suitable lots in homes that would be a value add to this community. We've made a number of adjustments over the last year or two as we looked at this initial 15-acre tract to determine what would be the best use, how many homes could we put in there. We've changed that a number of times. We have now changed the number of lots to a size that would meet the requirements, we feel. The gazebo trail that we've added to the back of the property, which is represents about 5 acres, it will have a walk bridge, which will allow for the residents to have an area to exercise or walk. Our intent here is to get this moving. We feel like there is a need in this area for this type of home. At the same time, to be honest, we're trying to keep the cost of that property. Do I need to speak louder? Okay, you got it. I am a father. Our intent was to try to keep that as reasonably cohesive as possible on cost. So we're asking that you approve this so that we can move forward to get this land developed. Any questions for me?
We'll hold the questions until after some of our citizens speak, okay?
Okay, thank you very
so
much.
How many minutes do we have left? Okay.
4 minutes and 56 seconds.
Thank you so much. How many cards do we have?
A total of 7 proponents, no opponents.
Okay. Can you tell Matthew to come here? Can you? Okay. Can you go ahead and call up the 7 people?
Lawrence Meeks, Brian Howell, Michelle McCauley, oh, different case, sorry. Rose Jarbo, Veronica Lee,
If your name is called, please come to the
Mike Lee.
podium. If your name is called, if you're a proponent of the case, please come to the podium. How are you?
I'm good. How are you?
Good. Can you please state your name and address for the record?
Yes, Veronica Lee, 141 North Bayview Drive, Villa Rica, Georgia, 30180. So yes, we were here last month. We've made some revisions, met with the city staff, and talked with Councilwoman Willis as well, just because we had the public participation hearing. We met with community members and neighbors, and we feel like this is a great product. We've worked with the landowners over the years. We know this project has been proposed in years past with higher density, so we really feel like even though the lot sizes are smaller than the communities next door, with the common area in the back, we do feel like this is a great product. Last time we were here, somebody asked about what the houses might look like. If you go farther throughout the slide, we do have some houses. This one we are currently building in Carrollton. It's a 2-story, 2-car garage. And then this other one is the same. It's 2-story, 2-car garage. And these would be similar products that we would propose for this development. Again, we're building these in Carrollton, Georgia right now. We'd love to meet anybody out there, walk through our model home. We have a model home of the the Haywood, which is the previous slide.
Thank you. Next person.
Mark Burns. Oh,
Thank you so much.
Lawrence Meeks.
Next person.
Brian Howell.
Good afternoon. I'm Brian Howell with HRC Engineers. I really just filled that out just to answer any questions you guys have from an engineering perspective. So is there anything you guys have for me in regards to engineering aspects?
Right now, this is just a public comment, so
Okay.
we'll get to the questions in a second, okay?
Okay.
Thank you so
All
much.
right, thank you.
Any other cards?
Rose Jarbo.
Hi, good afternoon, everyone. I am on the land ownership side. We have known the builder for a long time and have a lot of respect for their quality product and housing. The intention of this land is to respond to the community's needs with a vibrant community like this and nice people. And we feel like this product will be awesome to provide the accommodation for young professionals, families that enjoy to live in a community and even closer to town. And this been proven success in many other wonderful communities, and we really look forward for something to happen here. And we appreciate everyone's support. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
That's all the cards.
Thank you. Is there any time left?
1 minute and 55 seconds.
Okay. Is applicant, you can come on back up. You can come on back up, sir. Thank you. Okay. So at this time, I'm going to go ahead and close the public hearing so that the commissioners can go ahead and ask some questions to the applicant. Thank you for the presentation. Do you have any of the elevations available that we can see up close, not on the screen?
Not on the screen?
You don't have any? Do you have anything printed out?
Do we have the printouts, Veronica?
If not, it's okay.
Okay. We can absolutely get those to you. I think
Okay.
there's an email. You guys have that here in the PowerPoint? Okay.
Okay.
We can send those to you too if you'd
Okay.
like. Yeah.
I'm gonna go ahead and let me see. This is in District 3. I'll go ahead and I'll let Reverend Jones go ahead and start off if you have any questions. You good? Okay, sweet. Commissioner Williams, I recognize you.
Thank you. Okay, we see you had a public participation meeting on, you did a public participation meeting on January 27th, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and you had roughly 31 people?
That sounds about right.
Okay, and these were people mainly from the neighbors mainly, or was this accumulation of even homeowners from your other products?
No, there was everybody from around here. The only
Okay,
people from out our way was me and my staff.
okay. My question also, to follow that up, is where we're looking at Welcome All Road, there are not just new developments, but older properties, right?
Yes.
Property that has, a nice amount of land, okay? Your product, how does it benefit the neighbors other than just being fresh and new? How does it benefit?
Well, I think fresh and new is a great thing all the time, no matter whether you're remodeling a home or building a new home. I think fresh and new is a great thing. The one thing that what we did after meeting with the staff, adding the nature trail, that's something that's not available in very many subdivisions, especially the closer you get to Atlanta or any big city. That's a unique piece that we added to this that I think is a great element to the people that will live there. Because there's not a whole lot of neighborhoods that would be that size that have that size of a nature trail in it. And that's what people want today. People want that outdoor space, that outdoor living. And I think that addition was great. And that came from those discussions there with the staff, and that's a great thing. And we build a great product. The other thing that I think is great is, I mentioned earlier, we are local. These folks, you guys can come to my office in Carrollton, Georgia. You can come see me. You can call me. You can talk to me. We are local, and I think that's a unique thing. As I drive up and down Welcome Hall, there's a lot of regionals and nationals, and I'm nothing against those guys, but you can't call them, you can't talk to them, and we'll work with you guys, and we'll make it as good of a community for the city of South Fulton as any other developer and builder that you could get in here and do. I think that's an advantage to a municipality to have somebody that's that close and that local and willing to work through some issues with you guys. And I think that's a unique value that you may not think about often. Yeah. And we build a great product. Come see us. We do we build a very good home. So.
And the walking trail is specifically for that subdivision?
Yes, ma'am.
Right?
Yes.
Okay. So it's not for the neighboring legacy homes?
Correct. Yeah, it's just that neighborhood.
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Commissioner Jefferson, I recognize you.
Yes, sir. Just had one quick question in relation to the area. What is the price point? I didn't hear the price point. Is it 3 bedrooms, 4 bedrooms, 5?
Three and 4 bedroom. The plan that was just up there can be 3 or 4. The price point's going to be around 400, and that's higher than what the neighbors, the two neighboring subdivisions next to us. Those resale numbers are much lower than that. So I think that's a reasonable number. I don't want to shoot too high and promise something I can't deliver.
And what's the
We'd
average
love
square
them to be
footage?
more than that.
What's the average square footage?
They're about 2,000, 2,200 square feet each in the.
Commissioner Leverett, I recognize you.
Greetings. So this packet has a staff recommendation for denial. You said you've had this over a year, and so I'm a little confused as to if it is the staff recommendation for denial, what do you feel that you could do to have adjusted that answer? Why do you think you have not adjusted what they need in order for it to be approved?
I think that's a great question, and I can address that as nicely as I can. We met with the staff, and we made the change with the nature park. The CUP zoning is pretty comprehensive, and it flows. There's some open-ended gray areas there that you can go read that one way or the other. We had that hearing here, that community meeting here with 31 people, and talked with Councilwoman, worked through a lot of issues there, and those folks that were there got on board. Councilwoman Willis really worked with that. We were here for 2 or 3 hours working through issues with them, and it was great. It was a great involvement there. When we came last month to this meeting and saw the staff recommendation of denial, we did not know that because we felt like we had that community support. We felt like we had the councilwoman's support. And so when we saw that last time, we were shocked. So we went and met with the staff, made these changes, had some other recommendations from the staff. When we talked to Councilwoman Willis after that, she said, hey, I got this community support. I've talked to these people. I'm for it the way it is. I love the nature trail. Leave it that way. And that was a discussion we had on the phone with her afterwards. And so it's a little bit of a challenge. We have to work with the staff. If we have this approved, we have to go through engineering. We have to go site plan. We have to get building permits. We have to work with them. And that's an important relationship that we have. At the same time, we want to get it approved. So we're in a little bit of a pickle on that decision. And that's why we went a little ways, and we're a little bit torn on that direction. So we want to support everybody. We want to try to make everybody happy. So that's what we decided to do.
They've put a list of issues and concerns raised by the public participation hearing in our packet.
Uh-huh.
And so do you think you address the proposed buffer plans between the development and the adjoining properties?
Yes, I think that all got it. When we were at the hearing, we talked through that with all those folks, and we had a great public participation that day and worked through a lot of those issues. And a lot of these were addressed that day with the community.
So tell me one more time, what did you do to address that concern?
We agreed that we could do a fence, and that would be the city's recommendation. We do a fence or a tree buffer on all the sides there, whichever the city would recommend. We could, again, would do a privacy fence or like a Leland Cypress buffer. And we're happy to do either one.
Okay.
Commissioner Jones, I recognize you.
Thank you.
Sorry. Commissioner Dunn, I recognize you. My apologies.
All good.
Sorry.
My question is in regards to what was the specific reasoning for choosing CUP zoning versus another one of the residential zoning options based on what the site plan looks like now?
That's a great question. I can maybe bring the engineer. This is not the original engineer, but that was just something that, we're new to the city of South Fulton. The neighboring property on the south side is CUP, and we felt like after reading all that requirements that we met those requirements. And again, it's kind of gray as you look at that and what the intent of that zoning is. And we got a little further discussion meeting with the staff about what their vision and their intent was. It was different than the way I read it. And, in my discussions that day with the councilwoman, I think that, that I felt that day we were in the right direction. I really, after that community meeting, I felt like we were on the right track.
Commissioners, do you have any other questions? Commissioner Williams, I recognize you.
I'll make it pretty quick. And thank you. Thank you for presenting everything, and coming back and meeting with staff. You had mentioned that the current price point, it's about $400K, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So when we're looking at the update and when we look at the lot sizes being unchanged from, as an update from the last meeting, why wouldn't we consider increasing the price point? And by doing so, you could downsize from 35, make the lot sizes bigger.
Mm-hmm.
And then, of course, if it means, once again, increasing that price point, is that something that you all considered?
Not really, because of that. Again, that community meeting gave me a lot of, positive direction in the way we made decisions there. Felt like we made a lot of progress there, and I also feel like on that property, if we cross that creek, and there's a very good reason we didn't cross the creek with engineering, because there's a large cost to do that and a long time period to get through Corps of Engineers and state and federal approvals to do that. So we kept the number of houses. If we stretched that out over the whole property, we could get to a larger number of lots, which I don't think the community that we met with would have liked that. I think the last proposal that I was not involved in was over 100 homes in a CUP going all the way across the creek. We kept the overall number down to 35 when that number could have been much greater had we crossed the creek. So that was kind of the meaning behind that. Reducing that number and increasing the size of the lot is something that we could look at. It becomes just a pure dollars and cents thing on the cost of development. The cost of development today, it's a nationwide problem. I spoke at the Carroll County Chamber of Commerce last week about affordability in our country, and it's a housing crisis, and the cost to get a lot developed in the United States of America today, not just the city of South Fulton, but anywhere, is immense today. And there's so many rules and regulations that go into that and drive that cost up, and it's a major factor. And I'm working with our state legislature. I'm very involved in the State Home Builders Association and our state legislature in dealing with some affordability issues, and those are big parts of it. And so that it's a real challenge because that lot cost, people, the consumer and the customer and the homeowner in the end is paying $400,000 for a house that, gosh, 10 years ago was 200, right? And we're in a spot today that's 400, and a large part, 100,000 of that is in just the lot, just getting to be able to build the house there. Right. And that's the real challenge that us as a developer and builder that we face today. And that's not just the city of South Fulton or the state of Georgia, it's across the United States. So.
Right. And I thank you for that, and I'll just finish my comment with, yes, thank you definitely for that. But I would have to also add that families are combining. And so families need a bigger home. And so that means families are sharing that cost. Mm-hmm. And also, the demographic of South Fulton, plain and simple, we can afford it.
Yeah.
So just something to think about.
Yeah.
Okay?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you.
And I'm happy to consider small lots of work through something. And there's communities, cities and counties across the country and in Georgia that are working with developers on those types of issues and working with some of those costs up front from permitting issues and different things like that. And we're working through a lot of those things ourselves and other projects. So.
Any other questions, commissioners? Okay. Staff, I have a question for you all. I understand that the applicant is proposing to go from AG1 to CUP, but what would have been, I know you guys have had several conversations with them, what would have been, do you believe would have been the more appropriate zoning classification for this development?
I'll need time to look that up. I couldn't answer it right now, but give me like 5-10 minutes.
Thank you so much. Okay, if there are no other questions, well, you know what? It's fine. Sir, you can take a seat for a moment. I'm going to wait for Matthew to look that up, if you don't mind, Matthew, because that may be a conversation piece to just try to understand because, I mean, it looks nice, but it also needs to fit, you know, the rules are the rules, and we need to make it make sense. You can take a seat for a second, sir. If I have any other questions, I'll call you back up.
So I think their average lot size is around 7,000 square feet, and the R5 zoning supports lot sizes with a minimum of 7,500 square feet. So not to give facts or give our recommendation, but R5 would be compatible with the lots because the minimum lot size for R5 is 7,500 square feet.
Thank you so much. Applicant, can you come back up one more time? Thank you so much. Okay, so just hearing from staff about the R5 compatibility, have you had that discussion? Because I like what you have on the screen. Yes. I like your elevations, but we also need it to be within the guidelines. So have you looked at any other zoning classifications?
Yeah, we're happy to do it as R5 if that's what works for the city. When we, one of my first meetings with the staff this was presented as CUP, and we never, normally when we're working with a city or a county, we get a little bit of direction about that. And the city of South Fulton is new to us, and every new place you go, there's different rules, and that staff, we kind of have to rely on that staff to give us that right direction. And kind of like driving down the highway, which lane am I going to get in? We can keep going as long as we're not going in the opposite direction. We keep switch lanes, and that's kind of the way we go. So we never really got steered to a different zoning classification. The CUP allows for this size lot. It allows for townhomes. It allows for a lot of variables. And I think the intent, especially after meeting with the staff, the intent of the CUP is to be, in their vision of it, is more of a mixed use type of a development. And they even encouraged some townhomes mixed with some single family, put some townhomes in an area and have bigger single family lot sizes. And again, after that, I spoke to the councilwoman on the phone, and she said the community liked this and I support this. So we were torn as to kind of that pathway of what to do, wanting to work with the staff and follow that direction. So we were in a little bit of a pickle.
Just for clarification, Councilwoman Willis stepped down March 5th.
Ah, okay. Did not know that.
Staff, I have a question. If the potential intent for the applicant is now to potentially go to R5 instead of them proposing or them coming before us right now for a CUP, would that start their process over, or are they able to amend their application if they wanted to do that?
You all can make the recommendation to approve it with the R5 zoning designation, and
Okay.
then we'll make that change before it goes to city council.
Great. Okay, thank you so much. I have a question. No, not you, Matthew. Sorry. My only other question I have is that I noticed in the staff report they mentioned that you guys had some spaces of land that. Let me see, where did I see that at? You had some spaces of land that were considered common space, but apparently the homeowners would have to cross some wetlands to get to it, potentially. So what was the common space potentially going to be, and how would that work as far as with the wetlands being there?
The nature trail, and what we did was cut out a piece there in the cul-de-sac to access and build a walking bridge across the creek. Get there, yeah.
Okay, walking bridge. Okay. And then let's see. Now, what about the amenity area that's proposed on the south side that was mentioned in the staff report, but they're saying that there's supposed to be a 40-foot landscape strip in front of that development that's required?
The engineers just had left that off. It's been addressed on that plan now. It's got the 40-foot buffer with the street.
Okay,
Yes.
okay. Thank you so much, Commissioners. Are there any other questions? Do you guys have the updated, is this the updated plan right here with the?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. You guys have this one? Because the staff report says that they don't have it, the buffer.
That's
Just
from
want to
the
make
last
sure.
one, right?
I don't know how late they submitted. Matthew, the staff report was saying they didn't have the landscape strip in there, but he did mention in their plan now they do have the landscape strip incorporated. I'm not sure how, when they submitted the new plan or not, but.
Are you talking about the 40-foot buffer that wasn't on there the last time? That's in the front on the street.
Yeah, it was in the staff report. It was saying that it wasn't on there, so I was just trying to make sure that it is.
Stuff on the front, we added that.
It's good.
Since
Okay,
you're
good.
on that.
Okay,
Yeah.
sweet. Okay, cool. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Okay, so this is how we work through this. So this is great. So at this time, I'm going to go ahead and have you take a seat. There's no other questions for commissioners. The public hearing has been closed and is closed. Now we are going to go ahead and take our first vote, which is going to be on the findings of fact as presented by staff. Can I get a motion?
Make a motion to approve based on staff's finding of facts.
Second.
It's been properly moved and seconded. Can you please call the roll?
Commissioner Reverend Jones,
Aye.
Commissioner Jefferson,
Aye.
Commissioner Williams,
Aye.
Commissioner Leverett,
Deny.
Commissioner Dunn.
Aye.
Ayes have it.
Thank you so much. And next, we're going to take our second vote, which is to approve, deny, or defer the application. Can I get a motion on the application?
Point of order, Madam Chair.
Commissioner Jones, I recognize you.
So that motion would have to add the new distinction?
Yes, sir.
I will, I make a motion to approve staff's findings of facts with the application. Okay, my apologies. I make a motion to approve the application with a conditional approval with the R5 rezoning. Yeah.
Second.
It's been moved and properly seconded. Can you please call the roll?
Commissioner Jones,
Aye.
Commissioner Jefferson.
Aye.
Commissioner Williams,
Aye.
Commissioner Leverett,
Aye.
Commissioner Dunn.
Aye.
The ayes have it.
Thank you so much. And just for clarity, I just want to make sure, just for the record, we are recommending as a commission that we want to change the zoning that he had applied for from CUP. We're approving it, we're recommending approval, but we're changing the zoning from CUP to R5. So I just want to make sure that's clear. Okay. Thank you so much. So we're going to go ahead and move on to Z26-007. Staff, can you please sound the staff report? And I'm sorry, Matthew, before you even say that, this case, U26, Z26-002, the one we just heard, will be heard at the April 15th council meeting. Okay, staff, please sound the staff report for Z26-005/CDP 26-002. Thank you.
Yes, Z26-005, along with the CDP amendment, 26-002. The address is 0 and 3665 Jonesboro Road. The applicant is requesting a rezoning from AG1 to CUP, along with the future land use amendment from Suburban 2 to Suburban 1 to develop 41 detached homes on 13 acres of land. This is in City Council District 5. Again, this was heard at the previous Planning Commission meeting and was deferred to this Planning Commission meeting. Staff recommends denial for both cases.
Thank you so much, Matthew. Is the applicant present? Okay. Can you go ahead and please start the clock?
It's okay, I don't need that. Thank you very much. Good evening, everyone. My name is Michelle McCauley. I am with Gaskins LaCroix. Thank you, sir. We are a planning and civil engineering firm. We're located at 3475 Corporate Way in Duluth, Georgia. It is my pleasure to be back before you tonight. I'm going to do just a little bit of introduction since we were here last month. This is an application, as Matthew said, from AG1 to CUP. The goal is also to amend the future land use from Suburban Neighborhood 2 to Suburban Neighborhood 1 for the purpose of constructing a 41 single-family detached neighborhood. Here is an aerial map showing where the project is. It's on the north side of Jonesboro Road, just to the east of the Senior Village community. This is in District 5, but it is across the street from District 7. Here is your current zoning map. It's zoned AG1. There on the left, shown in green. It adjoins what you see there in beige or white. That is the city of Union City, just to let you know. The property is there shown on the right as Suburban Neighborhood 2, which is a residential use, which we are also continuing to show. Suburban Neighborhood 2 allows for units up to 8 units to the acre. The request is for 2.96 units to the acre. Here's our site plan in black and white. I'm going to go ahead and switch to the color version here. So we've had a community information meeting, and then we had the community zoning information meeting. And as a result of both of those public engagement, when we came here last month, we had made some changes to the site plan. And specifically, that was the addition of ranch-style homes, so single-level living, multi-generational housing. There was an approved amenity from what was shown at the community zoning information meeting. There was also a request for an enhanced landscaping and visual buffering along Jonesboro Road. So those were added to our site plan that we came here last month. At this hearing, we had additional public comment, and then you, as a board, made some additional suggestions to us, and I want to show you tonight that we have addressed those requests. So in addition to what we talked about last time, there was a very strong voice for all homes to have 2-car garages, and all homes will have 2-car garages, including the single-family detached ranch homes. And there was a request for 2 amenity areas in addition to just the one. And so now the site plan shows 2 amenities. I will show those to you. The goal here is balancing the offerings of recreation and social gathering, and then also providing for amenities that the future homeowners can financially support. So that is the balance on those two things, and so you'll see that there are 2 amenity areas. So this is an example of a 2-story home that will be built in the community. And then this is the addition of a single-story ranch 2-car garage home that will be built in the community. There was a request at the first hearing for buffering along Jonesboro Road. So this is an example of what the sign would look like for the entrance to the community down there on the bottom left. And then this is a shadow box fence. This shadow box fence was installed at Sherwood Manor, which is just off Jerome Road, up just in the northern part of Old National Highway. It will look similar to this, but as you can see, this was just recently installed, so the landscaping is quite small along the front, but it'll be a similar look, a shadow box fence. And then here are the 2 amenity areas. There's a more adult-oriented gathering space for, that'll be in the northern part of the community, and then there will be a tot lot with covered pavilion. This is active for children and families to gather. And then this is all of our public engagement. As I mentioned earlier, we had the community meeting on January 26th. We had the CZIM on February 2nd. We came here last month to your board hearing, and then we're deferred, and then we're back here tonight. We feel that we've addressed all the comments that we've been giving from the community, and we would ask for your approval and make it conditioned to all the changes that we've made. So with the CUP, you can condition to a site plan, and you can provide for a list of stipulations. We are happy to agree to all of those, and I'm happy to answer any questions that you may have about it, and we reserve the rest of my time. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. How much time is left on the clock?
5 minutes and 23 seconds.
Thank you so much. Okay. And I forgot to say that the public hearing was open before she started, but public hearing is open. And how many cards do we have?
We have a total of 2 proponents and 2 opponents. The next proponent is Davis Greenshaw.
Hello, Davis Crenshaw. I'm the future builder for the site, and address 3715 Northside Parkway, Northwest, Atlanta, Georgia 30027. Basically, I'm here today just to answer any questions about the future community and any of the specific builder questions that you guys might have.
Thank you so much. You can take a seat. Next person.
We're with the opponents now.
Okay. So we got 10 minutes on the clock.
Michael Venable.
Okay.
Good evening, Michael Venable,
Good evening.
5720 Montelli Circle. First of all, changing land use plan after we've already sent the designation to the authorities to approve it just makes absolutely no sense whatsoever. We have got to get rid of adjusting our rules to support someone that wants to do something. That is not our job. You've got to have some integrity, some self-respect, and some rules. And that's just a blatant violation of rules. Secondly, as I said before, you are trying to fit a square plug into a round hole. Maybe the other way around. It's probably it is, but this is just it. These types of homes look nothing like any kind of home that you would see in a suburban 1 neighborhood. Now, we may not see it here, but all of you in districts 1, 2, and 3, and possibly 4, know exactly what I'm talking about. This has killed us to where this is not one city. You've got the north side and the south side, and it's a dividing line in there. we keep accentuating the same things that have caused the problem in this community. Okay, we can come back and say, okay, which no house in that price point should have had less than one car garage. But if you're gonna come back and take away property from that lot for a setback to make it fit, you're just defeating the whole purpose of what you're trying to do. We talk about the density part about, yeah, it's only 2-3 units per acre. You can't count the unbuildable area that we're looking at. You delete that, you're probably not in the range of subdivision 2. What I'm saying, we have got to start having some more self-respect and some more integrity for our communities, and that's all over this city.
Excuse me. Thank you all. Please hold the claps until the end, though. Go ahead.
Yes, until we recognize and we start believing that we're all one city and everybody and everything is equal, it'll never be that. And you as, quote, leaders or appointed people to support the city and support this community development and regulatory affairs, that is part of your responsibility. What I'm saying is this should not be approved and needs to be denied because it does not comply with the land use plan, both present or future, that's sent in. And this does not help the economic viability and the promotion of upward mobility for this community, especially when it's there. We've already seen Camelot that everybody is going and taking photo ops in front of. That was a serious problem. I don't want this to happen again, and we're on the same route of it going to happen again.
Thank you so much.
Alvin Reynolds.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Alvin Reynolds. I reside at 585 Kings Place, Riverdale, Georgia, and that is in District 7. First, let me just say that I am an activist and proponent of the entire city of South Fulton. I don't just speak on cases in my area, but I speak on cases outside of my area. And I want to just echo what my colleague just stated, that at some point we have got to start adhering to and sticking to the rules and regulations that we are governed by. Changing the future land use plan to make properties and developments fit, we have got to stop that. We've seen this all year long, last year, and time again, you've heard us state this throughout our arguments when we come before you about the future land use change, future land use plan being amended for developments to fit. Now, one of my pet peeves has always been the setback. We're already building houses too close to one another. We building houses so close to one another to when we have breakfast, we can just pass the coffee to the neighbor. That stuff don't make sense. And so you want to take a setback and reduce it so that you can make a property fit. You know, you're really going against what we all stand for here. You have to look at a safety issue too when you talk about these setbacks being so close to each other and removing them. Has anybody ever thought about if a house caught on fire and the setback is only 5 feet in between one another, what happens to the properties next to it? We got to get better at what we're doing, ladies and gentlemen. It's not that we're against development, we just want the right development. And so that's what we're coming here to you to say today, that you are the ones that are before us and you're the ones that carrying the torch. Look at these things extensively. Go over them. Don't just, listen to what's being said before you. Dive into it. Ride and look at the properties. Look and see what's going on and what they're asking for. But we have got to take time and, like my colleague stated, have some integrity about the rules and regulations that governs us in the city of South Fulton and stop being willy-nilly all over the land for development. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Are there any other cards?
No, there are no more cards.
Okay, so we should have 5 minutes and 23 seconds on the clock for Michelle. Thank you so much.
It's now 5 minutes and 3 seconds because the other person spoke.
Oh, that's right. Thank you so much. Okay, go ahead.
Thank you so much. I would like to address what Mr. Davis and Mr. Venable had to say. I would like to say that, so we started this process while we knew the comprehensive plan was going through an amendment process. Our density is currently consistent with what the density is allowed in the comprehensive plan. We had extensive conversations with both Councilwoman Bell, and then we also reached out and spoke with Councilwoman Pritchett. They realized that we're asking for this change and support in concept what we're doing because we're adding housing to an area where they feel like there's a need for additional housing. So it is unfortunately inconsistent right now that there is a comp plan amendment that's gone through the process or adopted a new comp plan. The comp plan is a policy document. Ultimately, it's the decision of the city council and landowners to make presentations before you and the city council as to what happens on a piece of property. The reason that we are doing this comp plan amendment, I do believe, is a technicality because of a zoning district that we're choosing to select. We selected the CUP because it allows for flexible design. This property is constrained. As Mr. Venable said, density in South Fulton is calculated on a gross basis. All of your land use plans, all of your zoning district standards are based on gross density, and that's how we're calculating it. How we're showing a 2.96 units to the acre is how the rules and regulations of the zoning ordinance and the comprehensive plan tells us how to calculate density. So I do believe that what we're doing is consistent with what both the councilwomen want and what the community would want for residential housing, which is what's shown in the area. So I'm happy to answer any more questions that you may have about it, but that's how I would address their concerns.
Thank you so much. At this time, we can go ahead and close the public hearing. Commissioners, if you have any questions, are there any questions? Okay, Commissioner Dunn, I recognize you.
Thank you. In regards to the location of this proposed development, my question is
Commissioner Dunn, can you come a little closer to the mic?
Oh, I'm sorry.
Thank you.
My question is more about the safety of ingress and egress to the property off of that highway. How do y'all plan to address that?
So this is a state highway. All of the rules of both the City of South Fulton Transportation Department and GDOT will have to apply for a driveway permit, which most likely will result in a decel lane, a left turn lane. So we will adhere to what's required by both GDOT and City of South Fulton for access and egress. Our plan is currently showing both of those things, a decel lane and a turn lane in front of the property. It is a 5-lane road with a divided highway. I don't think you can see it. You can kind of see it there, but we're already showing some traffic improvements. We had comments initially from the Transportation Department, but we do anticipate as we go through the permitting process with GDOT that they may ask for additional changes, and we will adhere to those.
Would there be a stoplight there?
So with the stoplight, if GDOT were to require a stoplight, then we could look into that, yes, sir.
Commissioner Williams, I recognize you.
Mid-300 price point, correct?
Yes, mid to 3s and some low 4s. The representative from D.R. Horton here can speak more to the actual price point if you have specific questions, but that's generally what we're looking at, mid 3s to low 4s.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
And the D.R. Horton representative? Thank you for being here.
Of course.
You've done quite a few projects in South Fulton.
That is our goal, to provide housing to a community that needs it. I meant to say this when I first opened up, but the City of South Fulton did their own housing index in 2025, and so part of our goal is to meet those needs. And by 2050, the goal was in need of 11,500 new homes by 2050. And so our goal here is to try to fill that gap one neighborhood at a time, and obviously listen to the opposition here and then what you guys have to say so we can try to meet and provide the community with the housing needs.
Okay, and thank you for coming back with the 2-car garages, because that was definitely something that was important to the community.
Absolutely.
Can we bring up the amenities slide? Okay, now, thank you for proposing the 2 spaces, okay? And actually, are you gonna have 3? Because the mail, I guess, kiosk area, right? Is that a separate, or is that attached to the covered pavilion?
So the mail kiosk will be a separate, I'm sorry. The mail kiosk will be a separate structure, but it will be located where the parking is, which is near the tot lot and playground. So I don't show the mail kiosk on here, but there will be a similar structure to what that covered pavilion is that houses the mail kiosk.
Okay, but they'll be relatively close to each other, right? Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and the gathering space, is that just, and I don't mean to belittle it or anything, but is that just a set of Adirondack chairs?
Adirondack chairs with some landscaping, and then just make sure that the whole area is graveled and just an applicable place for people to gather around.
Okay. Okay, and because the price point has increased since the last time that you all were here last month, is this could there be considerations for either higher end amenities?
So the way that we analyze this site is the more expensive that the amenities become, the more expensive the maintenance becomes on the homeowner. And so our goal here was to provide a community with amenity spaces, playgrounds, pavilions, that sort of thing, so the homeowner is not burdened with the cost of HOA dues. Because, for example, if we had a pool here, for a 41-unit community, the pool would add like a couple $1,000s per homeowner every year, and we like to stay below $1,200 per year per home. So for larger communities, larger amenities make sense, but since we're constrained with the site here, and we only have 41 single-family units, that is why we're only showing this amenity package.
Can we go to the exterior facades again?
You want me to go back to the next one?
And last question, the square footage, please.
So we have, the smallest one will be 1,774 square feet, up to 2,262 square feet with other products in the middle of those. Thank you.
Okay, I'm gonna go ahead and go next, and I will let the commissioners finish up after I am done here. I have a problem with the amenities. I've expressed this last time. The houses are extremely close. I talked about why would you put a toddler playground in front of a mail kiosk? That doesn't make sense. It's not safe. And then I'm looking at the intent, the revised intent here, and I thought that when you were saying that the plan was revised for the ranch-style homes, it looks like you guys have only done maybe it's only 8, I think, are now ranch-style. Is that correct? Because that's what the...
And I'm not 100% sure that you have the latest, but yes, it's 8 or 9 homes that we're showing as a mix. I mean, the community will not all be ranch-style homes, but we've added the ability for about 8 to 9 homes for it to be a ranch. And I will speak to you. I know, Giovanna, you mentioned that.
Can you come a little closer to the mic?
I'm sorry, that
That's
you
okay.
mentioned the tot lot and the mail kiosks. So that's a typical, and I can have Davis speak to that. That's a typical community that they build for D.R. Horton all across the metro area. It's not a concern. There's usually a fence around the tot lot, but what is provided for here is the parking, so that you get parking for both the mail kiosk and the tot lot. I can't speak for him. I mean, but if we were to switch them, then we may lose some of the parking that would be amenable to both a tot lot and a mail kiosk. But it's never been a problem for them to have those two uses co-located. I did want to address that because I know you brought it up at the last hearing.
Thank you. I also asked for a walking trail last time. I'm not impressed with the amenities. I've already expressed this last time, and I just don't understand how we come up with a tot lot in a 4 or 5 seated area. I mean, I don't see a fireplace out there. I don't see a fire pit. I don't see how those are amenities that people want to spend $300,000, $400,000 for these houses. I just don't see it. And then the houses are close together, extremely close together. I'm trying to work with you guys right now. I think the commission is trying to work with you guys, and we're trying to, get to a middle point here, right? But what else do you guys have to offer besides these amenities? And because I'm not impressed with it right now, I'm gonna be honest with you.
So our goal here, once again, is to just provide housing and hit a certain price point that people in the community can afford these homes and move in. And the amenity package that we've had, I mean, we've tried to update it from the last time that we had a meeting. And the playground and the pavilion, and in our experience for smaller communities like this, is usually what the homeowners in those communities want, and that's what they're comfortable paying for. So a nature trail for this site, I mean, that's a federally protected stream right there. So we would have to spend, hundreds of thousands of dollars making a nature trail to go across a creek, and we would have to get environmental protection agencies involved and all kinds of other sorts. So, I mean, we could maybe, we had to do sidewalks on both sides, so we have like walking around the neighborhood there, and then the parking lot as well in front of the amenity area. To go back to what Michelle was saying, that's why the mail kiosk and the amenity areas are close. But a walking trail around the neighborhood, I just don't know if we could make that work for you all, because the blue protected stream. But we're open to maybe doing the fireplace that you mentioned. The risk there is that fireplace would be open to the children in the community, maybe without their parents being around. So that has been a concern for us, that we just try to have a space for people to gather without, the risk of children getting injured by a fireplace. But if you have any other ideas for what kind of amenity that you're looking for, I mean, we are more than open to hearing what you might have.
So, from the other communities, as we heard that you've done a lot of development out here, or in Atlanta in general, what other adult amenities do you have? Because last time I mentioned that, initially it was the tot. All we saw last time was the tot, the playground, and we saw the mail kiosk, right? Mm-hmm. And I came back and I said, well, what are the people going to do, the adults going to do when their kids are gone? They have no amenities in the neighborhood besides their house. They're not going to be on the playground. In lieu of the fireplace, potentially, what does that look like? Because if it's 41 houses, what are all these houses going to do with a 5-seated fireplace? I'm just trying to understand, what is there to do in this neighborhood, besides that? What are the other alternatives that you guys have that you've done in other neighborhoods or subdivisions besides that? Because I mean, I wouldn't want to move into a neighborhood that doesn't have any amenities, and I'm paying $300,000-$400,000, and you're telling me that basically all I have is a playground, and then what if the whole fire pit area is full? I mean, 5 seats. What am I going to do there? So, what other options have you guys considered? What are you guys? I'm just trying to understand here. Is this what you guys did in Union City to the other neighborhood? Because is this the same layout? Is it similar layout?
It's similar product, but that neighborhood was far larger than this one.
What amenities do they have?
For the community in Union City?
Yes.
It is just the top lot and, I'm sorry, for the Union City community, it is just a tot lot and pavilion.
Okay.
So there's only one amenity there.
Okay. Excuse me. I appreciate everyone for the comments and the chat, but right now we got to focus in on this case, and we're trying to listen to the applicant here. So if you guys can just hold your comments, Again, if you guys have any comments, you are more than welcome to fill out a card. But at this time, commissioners are trying to listen in on and trying to work through this case. Thank you all. I need to hear what else you have to offer. This is not going to work for me personally. I have a strong stance on that. I yield right now. Commissioners, do you have any other questions? Okay. Commissioner Jones, I recognize you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Right plan, wrong city. Union City, Warehouse City, loves this type of plan because they want to scale to a certain number of houses and they'll put their people in anything. South Fulton's not the right place for this product. But you know that. And this is the second time you've been before us. We didn't like it the first time. And we expressed that. And then you come back and you give us this. And what you're giving us is not who we are. Take it to Union City. I mean, because if they're not going to throw up another warehouse, they have the land for it. But you know what we want in South Fulton. Bring us that. We want in South Fulton what you want in Cummings and in Sandy Springs and in your community. Bring us that. Don't bring us this.
All right.
And don't tell us what we can afford.
Ladies and gentlemen, again, we have to hold the applauses. We have to hold the applauses. We're trying to get through a meeting. Thank you so much.
And my last comment is this. You have a federally protected stream, you said. And you said we'd have to spend hundreds of thousands of dollars. Yet you want our residents to spend hundreds of thousands of dollars for that. And I don't believe that you'd want to live in that. I certainly wouldn't want to live in that. At no point in my life, from the starter home to the 5 or 6 homes that I've had, I never would have wanted to live in that. And I couldn't feel comfortable as a zoning commissioner to allow that type of development to come into our community. And some young family, unknowing quality, would want that when they could get much better. And I think you know that.
Thank you so much, Commissioner Jones. Commissioner Leverett, I recognize you.
So piggybacking your comment, I'm going to guess that the price of land here may be, or once upon a time has been a lot cheaper than up north, which allows you for more space to design and build on. So if you can get 2 acres here for $1 and 2 acres up there for $5, then that left you more money to build better. And so I just want to make that consideration of, are we building the best we can build with the land that we have? Because this is once it's up, it's up. And I've, over the years that I have lived here, which is how Holyfield built his house there, because the land was cheaper here, and that's how he got to build the mansion that he has. So there's several of those properties throughout our city. I'm not going to name all of them, but I know that we can build very good, valuable homes here that are just as good as anywhere else. So I'm going to make that comment. The other comment is that the recommendation for denial by the staff is because of the lot size. Have you made a consideration to adjusting that? Because as far as I'm aware of, the lot size is still an issue.
It is not my understanding, reading the staff report, that the issue had to do with lot size. There was a concern about the amendment to the land use plan and to the zoning district. and potentially access along Jonesboro Road. But I don't recall, and I could have to pull it up immediately here, but if it's a request of the actual lot size, because our lot size would be consistent with the density that we're proposing and is consistent with the current land use plan. And I would just like to say that at the last hearing, there were concerns about two-car garages, and there were concerns about the amenity. And I agree, I understand that we have not addressed your concerns for the amenity, but at every chance that we've had with the community meetings and with the hearing here, it's been our intent to provide you with a project that you can support, and that if there are conditions that you want added to the case for the approval, that we would adhere to them as we've shown. I realize that we do have something to work on with the amenity, but what we can do is, if you choose to recommend approval, is that we can work with staff continually, and then when we go before the mayor and city council, we can have discussions with Councilwoman Pritchett and Councilwoman Bell and see, they've both been supportive, but if you have conversations with them, if you want to convey to them what you would like to see, we could continue to do that, have that discussion.
Commissioner Jefferson, I recognize you.
Yeah, I just.
Hold on, I wasn't finished. Mr.
Commissioner Lever, go ahead.
Matthew,
Staff, Commissioner Lever has a question.
does the staff approve their lot sizes at this time? Are you in agreement with supporting the lot sizes that they have?
Trying to verify the lot sizes here.
It's 4,000 square feet.
4,000 square feet. Again, with the CUP, you can create your own lot sizes. That's why many developers choose the CUP, so they can create their own lot sizes and dimensions. We're just saying in our staff report that the density that they have, 2.96, is not compatible with the future land use or the zoning district. So that's what I meant by the lot size. Not that the lot size was the only factor, it's one of the factors.
What is the future land use going to be for the lot size?
So right now, it is suburban 1, which is up to 3 units per acre.
We're at suburban neighborhood 2, which allows up to 8, but we want to go to.
But they want to go to suburban 1,
Which
which
allows
allows
up
up
to
to 3 units per acre. So right now, it's suburban 2, they want to go to suburban 1.
Thank you.
Commissioner Jefferson, I recognize you.
Yeah, just a comment. As my colleague said, the amenities areas is a factor. The elevation, there's no brick. I mean, the house really look cheap. Like I mentioned before, I used to work at D.R. Horton for 10 years, and there's a level that used to be D.R. Horton. It used to be Express model. Is this Express model? Are you familiar with that?
Yes.
That's the lower price point of D.R. Horton? Is that correct?
We have not officially designated that between Express or our Horton E. I don't know, the Horton Express, which is the next tier up, which I believe is what this one is.
Yeah. So that's more lower level.
I wouldn't say so. We only have 3, so this would be considered the middle level.
Okay. Yeah, I'm just a little disappointed. I mean, like, I used to work there 10 years ago, and the products was, I live in the D.R. Horton house in South Fulton, and I can say that this is nothing reflection of D.R. Horton. I just want to make a comment. I yield.
Commissioner Williams, I recognize you.
Thank you. I was just on your site looking at other D.R. Horton locations, and was looking at Lithia Springs, of course, Sherwood Manor, just all of your different ones. You all are actually in a pretty good position because you've built domiciles for people here, for residents here, okay? And of all of the developers that come before us as well as council, you all have a benefit because you've built here, you know the processes, you know what residents don't want. And that's based off of the feedback that has been given. and even some of the comments that have been made. So once again, you all are in a very powerful position to be able to provide what South Fulton wants. And I back up my colleagues. You've been here in our city long enough to know what we want. And this missed the mark, okay? There are other opportunities to provide the city what we want. And at this price point, this would not be in North Georgia or North Atlanta. Lithia Springs, when I looked at, and I'm sure you're familiar with that property, I don't know if it's a clubhouse that's next to the mail kiosk, but that's something that we could probably look into for this one, right? There's other opportunities, is what I'm saying, okay? And once again, you all are subject experts, so you should be able to provide more, okay? The same presentations that you are giving to other communities, that should be presented here. Not just
Absolutely.
because, oh, it's going to be more expensive and we've already been there, so it's cookie cutter, let's stay with cookie cutter. We don't have to do that.
Yes, ma'am.
Provide more.
Okay.
You know, we encourage you. Matter of fact, we challenge you to do more. Okay? I yield.
Yes, ma'am.
Commissioners, are there any other comments? No? Okay. So I think we have the conclusion here of we all just want to see better amenities, you know. We're trying to meet you guys in the middle somewhere, right? We're not trying to just knock the entire project out, but we're trying to work with you guys to figure out how can this look better? What better amenities can you guys provide to our residents here in South Fulton? I think that's pretty clear. I believe at the last Planning Commission meeting, I believe that we requested a deferral on behalf of the applicant. Is that correct? Okay. My suggestion, of course, you know, I don't vote unless there's a tie, but I would suggest that you guys request a deferral for yourself to come back to the Planning Commission at the April 22nd meeting to see what you guys come back with. Okay? Because I don't know how good this vote will be tonight.
Right.
You know, again, we're trying to work with y'all, so the choice is yours. Would you like to request a deferral? Otherwise, we will vote accordingly.
All right. I appreciate that. Let me just.
Excuse me. Thank you.
Well,
Go ahead, Michelle.
Well, it was our intention tonight.
Come to the mic, please.
Sorry. It was our intention tonight for you to vote on the case so that we can keep this project moving. There are contractuals, and we're holding up the property owner. Obviously, they are South Fulton. They want to make sure what's going to happen on their property. So we were coming tonight for you to ask for a vote, and we were hoping that you would ask for an approval with conditions, which you can still do, but that we would like to move forward. Yes, tonight with a vote.
Okay. So we're going to go ahead and knock that deferral pretty much, unless you guys just decide to, well, we can't defer because we've already thrown a deferral. So today we're going to be voting for approval or denial of this case. At this time, we're going to go ahead and, we already did these are the questions. Okay, we can please take a seat. The public hearing is already closed. We're going to go ahead and take a vote. Our first vote is going to be on the findings of fact as presented by staff. Can I get a motion?
Motion to approve the findings of fact by staff.
Okay. Thank you. Is there a second?
Second.
It's been properly moved and seconded. Can you please call the roll?
Commissioner Jones?
Aye.
Commissioner Jefferson?
Aye.
Commissioner Williams?
Aye.
Commissioner Leverett?
Aye.
Commissioner Dunn?
Aye.
Thank you so much. Next, we're going to take our vote on the actual application. It's going to be 2 votes tonight. The first vote is going to be for Z26-005. We will do the second vote for the other case that is tied to the parcels after the first vote. So the first vote is to approve or deny application Z26-005. Can I get a motion for action on the application?
I make a motion to deny Z26-005.
Thank you. Is there a second?
Second.
It's been probably moved and seconded. Can you please call the roll?
Commissioner Jones.
Aye.
Commissioner Jefferson.
Aye.
Commissioner Williams.
Aye.
Commissioner Leverett.
Aye.
Commissioner Dunn.
Aye.
Thank you so much. That case will be heard at the April 15th meeting. The April 15th council meeting. And we're going to go ahead and take our vote for CDP 26-002. Can I get a motion? Approval or denial?
I make a motion to deny CDP 26-002, 0 and 3665 Jonesboro Road.
Thank you so much. Is there a second?
Second.
It's been properly moved and seconded. Can you please call the roll?
Commissioner Jones.
Aye.
Commissioner Jefferson.
Aye.
Commissioner Williams.
Aye.
Commissioner Leverett.
Aye.
Commissioner Dunn.
Aye.
Thank you so much. And that case will also be heard at the April 15th council meeting. Okay? We are moving on to our, what time is it? 7:31. Okay, we're moving on to our next case. And that will be, which is going to be new business. It's going to be U26-004. Staff, can you please sound the staff report?
Yes, case U26-004. The address is 3220 Butner Road, Suite 136. The applicant is requesting a special use permit to change the ownership of an existing nail salon. The zoning is MIX. This is in City Council District 2. Staff is recommending approval with 2 conditions. Those conditions are that this is a special use permit that is not transferable, and that the permittee is required to maintain a valid South Fulton business license to operate a special use for a nail salon.
Thank you so much, Matthew. Is the applicant present? Okay, please come to the podium. Please state your name and address for the record.
My name is John Dang. Address is 3220 Butner Road, Suite 136.
Okay, thank you so much. Do you have a presentation for us today?
I do not have a presentation.
Okay. Was there anything you want to say about your request?
No, I do not.
Okay, you can take a seat. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
Are there any cards?
Mr. Dang is the only card.
Oh, okay. Thank you so much. At this time, we'll go ahead and close the public hearing. Commissioners, do you have any questions for Mr. Dang? No?
Yeah, did he have? Yes, I did.
Okay, Mr. Dang, can you come back up to the podium, please? Commissioner Jones, I recognize you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Hello, sir.
Evening.
Did you have a community meeting? A meeting where you would
Yes.
tell people about what you do?
Yes, we did.
Okay. When was that meeting, sir? I don't see it. Am I overlooking it? Is it in the report? When was that meeting?
Is March 2nd, Monday.
March 2nd?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, I just didn't see the actual meeting notes. And what did you express to the community?
I wasn't there, but they told me
Who conducted the meeting?
the owner.
Okay. Okay. Do you know what was discussed
As
with the residents?
I saw the videos.
Mhm.
There's not much discussion. People just came in and asked, when are they going to open, and how long they've been running the salon, just etc. stuff like that.
About how many people showed up?
I'll say about around 10 people.
Okay. And you have other shops, or the owner has other shops?
No, the only one.
Yes. You said that they asked about. So this would be the only shop?
Correct.
Thank you. I yield.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. Are there any other questions, commissioners?
Just a quick question. At that meeting, were any concerns?
No concerns at all.
Thank you so much. Any other questions, commissioners? No? Okay. So it looks like this case right here is just really simple. This is just one ownership moving to the next. So it's really not like we're changing anything with the actual building or what they're doing in it. So yeah. So I think we're good to go here. You can take a seat, sir. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Okay. So we'll go ahead and take our first vote, which is going to be on the findings of fact as presented by staff. Can I get a motion?
Make a motion to approve staff's findings of facts.
Is there a second?
Second.
It's been properly moved and seconded. Can you please call the roll?
Commissioner Jones?
Aye.
Commissioner Jefferson?
Aye.
Commissioner Williams?
Aye.
Commissioner Leverett?
Aye.
Commissioner Dunn?
Aye.
The ayes have it.
Thank you so much. And now we're going to take our second vote, which is going to be to approve, deny, or defer the application. Can I get a motion? And also, remember, commissioners, there is, this is approval conditional based on in staff support. So make sure you note that in your motion if you're going to approve it.
Motion to approve with condition.
Second.
It's been properly moved and seconded. Can you please call the roll?
Commissioner Jones?
Aye.
Commissioner Jefferson?
Aye.
Commissioner Williams?
Aye.
Commissioner Leverett?
Aye.
Commissioner Dunn?
Aye.
Ayes have it.
Thank you so much. And just note that these are the conditions are, these are not new conditions. These are the conditions that was presented in the staff report that they're approving. Okay? Thank you so much. Okay. Let's move on to our next case. Our next case is Z26-007. Staff, can you please sound the staff report?
Yes, Z26-007. The address is 2210 Wallace Road and Wallace Road in the rear. The applicant is requesting a rezoning from R3 with conditions and R3 to R3 to develop 18 single-family units on 13 acres. Staff is recommending approval with conditions. Just for the record, I will read what those conditions are. There's 9 conditions. The first one is that the use of the property shall be restricted to no more than 18 single-family dwellings. The site plan shall be in general conformity with the conceptual site plan included in the staff report. All dwellings must have a minimum of a 2-car garage. A homeowners association shall be established for the development. Construction of a deceleration lane on Wallace Road into the site. Provide curb and gutter and a 5-foot sidewalk along the frontage of Wallace Road. The streets shall be constructed to City of South Fulton public street standards. Along the frontage of Wallace Road, there should be a minimum of 25-foot natural undisturbed buffer with a 10-foot improvement setback. And number 9 is to provide a staggered front yard setbacks of a minimum of 5 feet. Again, staff is recommending approval with those conditions.
Thank you so much. Is the applicant present? Okay, thank you so much. You can come on up. Yep. And you guys can go ahead and start that clock and go ahead and state your name and address for the record, sir. Thank you.
Okay. I'm Darren Boykin with Ascension Engineers and Consultants.
If you don't mind just coming a little bit closer.
Sorry.
It's okay.
A little tall. Okay. With Ascension Engineers and Consultants, address is 2300 Camp Creek Parkway, College Park. And I'm here with the developer.
I'm Dorothy Crowley, 3143 Topaz Lane, Southwest Atlanta.
Thank you so much. You can go ahead and begin your presentation.
All right. Thank you. Can I use? All right. So, just a little bit.
And if you need to pick it up, I think you can pick it up too. So
Okay.
That's fine.
That's all good. All right. So just go over a quick overview about the project. We'll give some updates of what we're proposing. We'll review the original plan, and then we'll take a look at some of the renderings associated with the new 18-home plan. All right, so here's a slide of the development team. All the development team are local residents. Couple live in South Fulton, but architect is based out of Atlanta with his headquarters in Atlanta, one office. You just met our developer, Ms. Crawley, and I'm the engineer. All right, the homes we propose to build, a couple renderings here, all would be at least 4,000 to 5,000 square foot on the main levels, first floor and second floor, with an option to add a basement that may total greater than 2,000 square feet on top of the 4,000 to 5,000 square feet. Just another rendering. All right, so the reason we're here is we're here to amend the original subdivision development plan now that the developer has acquired a new parcel. An opportunity came up for the developer to acquire a landlocked parcel that was already zoned R3 that was adjacent to her proposed subdivision. It's highlighted or outlined in red. The original parcel, you can see at the bottom, is the larger, roughly 12-acre parcel. Again, we're here to combine those lots. We understand from this working with city staff that we have to have rezoning done because we essentially have to, our previous zoning was tied to the specific neighborhood layout as presented in the earlier plan. So we had to come back here for rezoning so that we can have a new layout. And this new layout will allow the developer to add another road inside the subdivision and a cul-de-sac to have entry into that landlocked 2-acre parcel. We're not proposing to add any entrances or exits onto Wallace Road where we use the same entrance or same means of egress. We're not proposing to change any of the zoning. Everything would remain R3. And I will show you some renderings. This was the original configuration, which was approved back in 2023 by the City Council. The next is the updated or proposed rendering. And you can see much of the neighborhood stays intact, but there's just an additional road to access those additional 2 acres on the second parcel in the back. The entrance onto Wallace Road or entrance and exit onto Wallace Road remains unchanged. I think we have one more. And there you can see the original site plan again versus the updated site plan. And want to yield to our developer in case you had a few things.
Good evening, Chair and members of the Planning Commission. My name is Dorothy Crowley, and I am the developer of the proposed Liberty Oasis community located on Wallace Road. Liberty Oasis Estates is envisioned as a community of semi-custom estate homes designed to bring high-quality residential development into the area of South Fulton. The goal is to create a neighborhood with thoughtfully designed homes that it complements the area that we already in, the surrounding characters around surrounding areas. Throughout the process, I have worked to follow the community's procedures and engaged with the community, and I appreciate the residents who came out tonight to share their perspectives. But one thing that's very important to me is that this project is personal. My family and I plan to live in the subdivision ourselves. So my goal is not simply to build homes, but to create a community that we're proud to live in and proud to call our own. We believe that the Liberty Oasis Estate represents responsible growth, quality housing, and long-term investment in the city of South Fulton. Liberty Oasis Estates is not designed as a high-density subdivision. It is planned as a low-density, estate-style community and semi-custom homes that will complement the surrounding areas. And our request is just to allow the property, to the plans to be able to adjust, to be able to accommodate the landlocked property that was to the back of us so that we would add a cul-de-sac to be able to access that property and build the additional homes there. So thank you.
Thank you. Okay. How many minutes?
3:50. 3 minutes, 50 seconds.
Thank you. Are you want to take a seat?
I want
Okay.
to just note one
Sure, go ahead.
last thing. I
No problem.
heard you all ask a little bit about price points before for previous, and want to note that the price point for these homes are start at the 900,000, from 900,000 to 1.2 million. And again, All these home sites allow for customization. So whether homeowners get to choose if they want basements or not, or pools, et cetera.
Thank you so much. Okay. There's 3:25 left on the clock. Do we have any cards?
We have a total of 17 proponents.
Okay.
And that includes Mr. Boykin and Ms. Crawley. So I can read them. I can read all the names.
Okay. Before you do that, commissioners, how many opponents do we have?
17 opponents as
Oh.
well.
Oh, okay, so it's even on both sides. Okay. So I'm thinking that we could add 10 minutes just to give an opportunity. I mean, we're not going to get through 17 on each side, obviously, but 10 minutes may allow an ample amount of time to get through some of the cards. What are you guys thinking? If so, we can do a motion for that. Okay? Yes, Commissioner Jones, I recognize you.
So they spoke for how many minutes?
3 minutes and 25, but my question is, are we going to do a total of 20 for both sides, or is it going to be just additional?
So he technically still, he has a 10-minute time frame, and then if we give the opponents 10, we have to give him 10 more minutes back. So, right? Is that not correct? What is it? I thought we had to give the applicant. Okay, got it. I got you. Okay, cool. Thanks for the correction. Okay, so we want to give potentially 10 minutes to both sides, correct? Victoria, we good? Okay, okay. So I still need a motion for that. Commissioner Jones, I recognize you.
So that the public can understand that if you're giving 10 minutes to all and you have 17 speakers, Madam Chair, they should understand that they can't give dissertations, that you should say something, hit it, and allow your neighbor to be able to speak, so that as many of those in that allotted time that you so graciously are proposing, that they would be able to do that.
Yes, so as Commissioner Jones was basically saying is that 17 people are not going to be able to speak. So what we're asking you guys to do is to split your time accordingly. So send your best speakers up, the ones that are going to be able to get the points out. That's what we recommend. And we can go ahead and start calling folks up.
Derek Wheeler.
But please be considerate of the folks behind you, because all of y'all want to talk. I don't. It's all right. Hold on.
Caleb Crawley. Sean Polite Bledsoe.
Yeah, we don't have to add it. We still need a motion for it.
Dana.
Yeah.
McLap.
Yeah. Let's just do like 5 for now, and then if we have time for more, then we can. So just the first 5.
Coleman.
Okay. And then we still need to do the motion for the 10 minutes. So is there a motion on the floor?
I make a motion to extend the time equally for 10 minutes for both those who are for and opposed.
Okay. Is there a second?
Second.
It's been properly moved and seconded. Can you please call the roll?
Commissioner Jones.
Aye.
Commissioner Jefferson.
Aye.
Commissioner Williams.
Aye.
Commissioner Leverett.
Aye.
Commissioner Dunn.
Aye.
Okay, thank you. And then the proponent, the applicant, they already had 3 minutes and 25 seconds left on the clock, so that's why they have 13:25 up there right now, everyone. Okay, staff, please go ahead.
Point of clarification, I have just been advised that the proponents would like to condense their comments into 5 people speaking. So they would like Milton, Vincent, Wheeler, Debbie Davis, and Tarika to speak, and that will speak for those 17.
Okay, thank you. Are you a part of that? Okay. Give me 1 second, sir. Okay, so the 5 people that Matthew just called up. Can you please come get in line? I only see 2 right now. It doesn't matter. These are the people that Matthew just called. Okay. Everybody lined up? Okay, sweet. Okay, can we get some quiet in the room, please? Okay, go ahead, sir. Please state your name and address for the record.
Hello, my name is Derek Wheeler, and my address is...
Excuse me, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm sorry, but I cannot hear. Thank you so much.
My name is Derek Wheeler, and my address is 2120 Wallace Road. I am probably the closest neighbor to this... Not probably. I am the closest neighbor to this development. I live right next door. Yeah. And I am the most impacted by this. So I actually asked to be a supporter of this project because I bought my home next door with the understanding that this development would happen and with the excitement of having luxury homes like this next door. I have had conversations and flyers and such with neighbors regarding the issue of the traffic. I work from home, so I ran my own little research on it. I work from home and sit in an office that overlooks the traffic. I've counted to 15 before I could see a car pass up and down this street, and that's the most frequent that it gets. So I don't understand a traffic issue. I just wanted to kind of like say that I'm excited about the project, would love for it to go forward. So I'll yield my time.
Thank you so much. How you doing, ma'am? Please state your name and address. Excuse me. Okay. Please state your name and address for the record.
Yes, hi, I'm Sean Polite Bledsoe. I live at 5433 Spellman Drive in Wind Creek Estates, which is around the corner from where from Wallace Road. And I'm a component for it to be built. One, I'm very passionate about the community. I'm the president of our HOA, and I feel like this community will bring a sense of value to our neighborhood, as well as I like the fact that Ms. Crowley is going to be living in the community along with her other family members, and she's building a legacy that I think that a lot of us are fond of. So I'm for the build of the property.
Thank you so much.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Patricia Milton, 2280 Wallace Road, Southwest. I live on the other side of the development. So I am directly impacted by the noise, dust, and day-to-day realities of construction. Even with those impacts, I support the project because it represents responsible growth and long-term stability for our city. I look forward to welcoming new neighbors who will live in those homes, families who will bring additional resources and revenue to our communities. At a time when many Georgia communities and cities are losing population and closing schools, developments like this are essential. New households increase the number of rooftops needed to attract the amenities that I hear folks in South Fulton talk about all the time. From my experience living on Wallace Road, traffic flow is light to medium and never heavy. I can hear traffic from inside and outside of my home. I believe there's a clear benefit to adding homes to the street in a way that respects established guidelines and maintains the character of the neighborhood. Projects evolve, and sometimes it's necessary to return to the community with an updated plan. So I hope that open minds will prevail to add the additional homes to the project. Thank you.
Thank you.
Greetings to the Planning and Zoning Commission. I am Vincent Amos, 700 Highland Oaks Drive. I am the HOA president. Question from the floor asks whether people live and so forth. What gives me the right to stand here is because I received this notification in the mail, and to get to the point, it says, you are receiving this notice because your property is located within the notification area required for zoning and land use actions. Okay, so this is what I received. Now, let me get to the point. The information that was presented here was very sound, very logical, and makes common sense. This is the type of development that we need. Mr. Borking did a great job. Ms. Crawley also did a great job. We had a public participation meeting that I had the opportunity to attend on Tuesday, the 3rd of March, and I was highly impressed. Here it is to the point. This is common sense. This is logical. This is an enhancement to the Sandtown area. This is a win-win scenario. This is the price point of where we want to be. And this is positive economics, and it is constructive capitalism. This is the right development for the expansion, only going from 12 to 18 homes at the right place, at the right time, for the right people, and I thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Deborah Davis. I live at 525 Stone Glen Chase, Atlanta, 30331, right around the corner from Wallace Road. I'm also the president of the Sandtown Community Association. We've kind of met with Ms. Crowley since she started this probably about 3 years ago. And so we have had meetings with the Sandtown Community Association. We were in support of the original plan, and then she came back based on city council recommendations and staff recommendations to go to the 12 homes, and now because of the additional parcels, she's going to the 18 homes. We are city government, and this community voted to become the city of South Fulton. Therefore, taxes are extremely important. We have to have a diversity in our housing diversity, our commercial diversity. We have to have diversity in our industrial customers. And so in District 1 and District 2, we have a large retirement community.
Can you come closer to the mic, please?
Sure. In District 1 and District 2, we have a large retirement community. And it is these types of community that will help spread the tax base. And so this is a great development. We support it, and we are waiting for it to open for sale. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, everyone.
Good day.
My name is Terica Wright, and I'm at 1595 Black Lowman Trail. And not only do I speak from a resident perspective, I speak from a professional perspective. As a career realtor in the area who sold a lot in this area and in this price point, this is what we would consider to be a small subdivision. And in small subdivisions, it is not typical to have wide open space. When I went to some of the other meetings, I know that there were suggestions such as green space or swim tennis, but in a small community like this, it's not typical to have those types of amenities, nor is it typical to have an HOA. Typically, in this price point, it is expected that these buyers, they take care of their property, they don't need those sorts of things. So what I'm suggesting from a sales perspective is to complete the space and make it easy for us to not only sell the 12 homes, but the additional 6 that we're going for. So, you know, I would like to see Mrs. Crowley finish the subdivision and do it in excellence. So we want to finish that space and have all those lots filled. And I think it'll be an easier sales process just for getting buyers in the space in this price point. These are luxury buyers, guys. So that's what I wanted to add. Thank you.
Thank you so much. So there is 5 minutes and 20 seconds, right, left on the clock? Okay. If the applicant wants to come back up and speak, you may. Oh, sorry, my apologies. Too soon, my bad. Too soon, I'm a little bit ahead of myself, my apologies. 5 minutes and 20 seconds on the clock. We have our opponents, yep. We'll save that for your rebuttal time, okay? Sorry about that. Was there a list of, you have a list gathered together for the, okay, cool.
Mr. Fulton?
Matthew, is it just one person? Huh? I'm sorry?
Yes. For where?
What?
Correct.
No, we're done with support.
We
Yeah.
got time on the
Excuse
clock.
me. Let me. I got it, y'all. I got it. Hold on. They have time left over. But you called the folks up that oh, his name was on there? Okay. We got you.
Yeah.
Excuse me. Hold on. Excuse me. Listen, hey, I'm chairing this meeting. I got this, okay? Thank you. He was left off the list, so he will have time to speak. Please go ahead and.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you.
And committee. My name is Anthony Fulton. I'm in Madison Trace Subdivision, 825 James Madison Drive, Atlanta 30331. I am also the architect chair for our community. This is a win-win situation for everybody. It's not that I do not.
Excuse me, sir. If I have to ask someone else to please be quiet, I will have to ask you to leave, sir. I'm so sorry. But we cannot continue to have disruptions. We are trying to get through a planning commission meeting. Would you like to leave, sir? Okay, thank you so much. Please continue, sir.
This is a win-win situation for everybody. This is a win situation for the city of South Fulton. It's a win situation for the community of Wallace Road, and it's a win situation for Ms. Crowley, who wants to invest in this community at such a high level of building homes. What I am so frustrated about is that our community of Wallace Road and the surrounding areas is beating up this particular property for 6 houses, 6 additional houses. But 0.8 miles on the corner of Camp Creek and Enon Road, they're building 250 houses at $300 and something thousand. If you go 0.8 miles to Camilton Road and Camp Creek Parkway, they're building another 150 houses with retail space. Here's someone that wants to invest in our community, and we want to deny her 6 to 8 houses because we're talking about traffic density. Well, let's look at the tax base that is going to bring to the city of South Fulton. We are a rooftop tax-based city because we don't have industry. The only industry we have to get tax base is Fulton Industrial, South Fulton Parkway, and Old National Highway. So therefore, it gives us a base for the city to make money. 2, I understand that the elderly live on Wallace Road, the majority of them, and they worry about their taxes. Believe me, if the city of South Fulton is going to raise your taxes or the millage rate, it's going to happen anyway. But the majority of y'all that are in this situation has a tax base that they're not paying taxes or they're paying a discount because of their age. Also, okay? Then we got to look at the investment part. Even though they might have an older home, their house is still going to rise in investment as well as the whole community as a whole. So I think this is a perfect situation for us. And the problem that occurs, we're fighting about 6 houses, but nobody fought against the 400 that's within a mile on each side of us. I think that's unfair. And if the council is not if, but when this property is developed, what we need to do is put more conditions in, okay? Maybe a brick wall on the outside of the community. Make sure that the lighting's right. Do not do a mailbox kiosk. Make sure everybody has a mailbox that's stucco or brick. Make sure that the houses, if they're selling at $1 million, they should be 3 to 4 side brick. If we're going to do a garage, maybe it should be a minimum of 3 to 4 garages. We need to look at different provisions that we would like to have in that community because the community fits perfectly. Because if you deny Ms. Crowley, there's one house to the left of Ms. Crowley. There's another 11 acres that a developer is waiting to develop. Are we going to tell him he can't develop? No, he owns that land. That's what land is for, development. If you go across across Camilton Road, down Wallace Road, we got 11 acres there with grass and everything growing up, a broken fence that hasn't been developed since 2002. It's time for change. We can't stay not just landlocked, we cannot stay locked in our investment. We came here to make an investment in our home. I've been here for 23, 24 years. I'm not going nowhere. I appreciate your time, and I'm quite sure you understand what I'm saying. Thank you. I look for a favorite vote from Ms. Crowley.
Thank you so much, sir. So we have 1 minute and 23 seconds for rebuttal. Okay. Okay, so now we're going to go to our opponents. And are we doing a collaborative effort here, or are we just, let's run it? Okay, sweet. Okay, so let's go ahead and call the cards up by name, please.
Velma Head, Dr. Phyllis Turner, Sonia Tanner,
And stop at the fifth person, please.
Malcolm Norris, Linda John,
Jordan.
Jordan,
We got one more? Calvin
Tiffany
Maddox.
Tolbert.
Okay.
Okay. And then after those folks, if we have more time, then we'll call some more folks up. But right now, we're just going to do these people. Okay?
Thank you.
Okay. Please state your name and address for the record.
Velma Head, 5485 Skyview Drive, Southwest, which has 18 houses on it. I moved out there 53 years ago, and I met the builder who has built 7 houses on Wallace Road. Now, I appreciate your comment, Councilwoman Williams, asking about the builder. We haven't heard about a builder, period. They've been showing us eye candy on this. We just now saw a plat with a layout. We fought this battle 3 years ago or 4 years ago, and we won with conditions. It was 9.8 acres that was stated by the builder that has lived in the area for longer than 53 years. And they said only 9.3 acres were buildable in that particular area. It got approved for 12. I want to talk about the traffic. They did a bogus study over Thanksgiving weekend where they cut off Woodside Hills, which has 120-something houses, and the north end of Wallace Road, which is where Skyview Drive was. They started it at Madison Trace, which had 46 houses. Then they went down and they cut off Happy Valley, Daytona, and anything coming in from Enon Road. Now, to get out of, there's only 2 ways out on Wallace Road. In the morning, there are 2 schools, less than a quarter of a mile. The parents take the kids to school. The cars start backing up all the way to Camp Creek and Campbellton Road. You cannot get off of Wallace Road on that end. When you go down to the Enon end, it's a 45-mile zone. Cars are doing 50, 55, 60. You can't get out on that end without the risk of being killed. Now, the price point for the house, I live maybe 7 or 8 houses from John Lewis's house, and his house is priced at the high 400s, which was the initial builder of the house, Mr. Estes. John Lewis got that house after there was another couple in there that moved to DC, and John Lewis got the house. So if his house is at the high end, I don't know why they think we can accommodate $900,000 houses in that. And that's the point I wanted to make about that in terms of that. I will yield time to Ms. Turner.
Thank you.
Good evening, Commission and Zoning Board. My name is Phyllis Turner. I live at 715 James Madison Drive, and I'm here to speak with you in opposition of the proposed change. I will say that visuals matter. And what I'll say also to that is that I don't need someone to dress me in a t-shirt to make a point about my quality of life. I'm here because the council voted in 2023 to limit development on the 11.8 acre parcel to 12 houses. That was a vote by the South Fulton City Council. The decision was made after full community engagement and multiple public meetings at which I was in attendance for all of them. What is being proposed now is a result of either poor planning or poor vision on the part of the developer. At any rate, poor planning, poor vision is going to result in poor outcomes for the residents who are most directly impacted by what is being proposed on Wallace Road. Not from those who are coming in from Wind Creek, with all due respect to my neighbors, but what the developer is requesting is to increase the number of homes on the original parcel from 12 to 14. 12 to 14 on the original parcel, because after the vote, she identified some additional acreage on that parcel or space where she could add 2 additional homes. And she was hoping to do that without coming back to the community, which would have, in effect, have equaled 14 homes on a parcel that was already approved for 12. But she found a way to put those extra 2 homes there. And now the proposal is, with the additional land that she purchased, the 2 acres, which is landlocked, to build 4 more homes on those 2 additional acres, which would move the total from 12 to 18. The price point of which for those additional homes still has not been discussed. With all due respect to my neighbors, the increased traffic, as we know, is going to come from the development that is on the corner of Camp Creek and Campbellton and Camp Creek and Enon. Because right now, depending on what time we decide to leave out of our neighborhood, there is traffic because people are looking for shortcuts and cut-throughs. There's going to be an added strain from those new developments. That's visionary. It's not what is. It's not what you can sit up in your office and look down and see right now. We're talking about the vision for our community. We're talking about what is about to happen if we allow this change to be made. And so what will happen effectively if you approve this is that a precedent will be set that allows developers to override community agreements and votes that have already been established by the council. If Ms. Crowley really wants to be a good neighbor, and we are always in search of good neighbors, we are asking her to consider not just what she can do for her family by creating a family compound for her family, but to consider what can be done to improve the quality of life for those who are already living there. This is our investment, and my investment is not reduced to a t-shirt that you can buy for $3.50 in bulk. This is my life savings here, and I'm concerned about that. And if you're hearing the frustration in my voice, it's because I'm not here for the theatrics.
Excuse me, ma'am.
Yes.
Okay. Please continue.
I will yield to my neighbor. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Good evening. My name is Linda Jordan. I reside at 901 Dolly Avenue, right across the street from 2210 Wallace Road, where the development is taking place. I echo everything Dr. Turner just said, and I also echo what the two gentlemen said earlier about the commission. You're adjusting your rules to support someone who is trying to do something that we had agreed upon in 2023. I was part of that. I was there each meeting, and you guys will see some of the public comments that at the meetings that we had with them recently. You'll see what the community was asking, what the community was not about. And we feel that we need the commission to look at what the constituents want, okay? We want that. Now, I'm gonna name some of the areas that are affected so you guys will know. I don't know if you've ever driven down Wallace Road, but these are the communities that are being affected. Woodside Hills, Madison Trace, Wallace Road, Enon Road, Orange Drive, Daytona Drive, Happy Valley Circle, and others. And on top of that, like I said, I live in Madison Trace. Now, no disrespect to Mr. Fulton, but he does not speak for us in the community. You know what I'm saying? He can't come in and say what we should do. And don't bring up the other part. I live on Wallace Road, not in those other areas. He didn't say, did anybody ask her to come convene a meeting about the other areas? No. So Anthony does not speak for me, and we didn't even know he was gonna say what he said. In the beginning, Anthony was against the project for the 12. Now he's for it for the 18. We feel like we've been disrespected and not listened to. And we're asking you guys as a commission to please do not vote for the extra stuff she's asking for.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Malcolm Norris. I reside at 5410 Skyview Drive. I am here in vehement opposition to this new proposal. My wife and not my young son because he wasn't born yet, but my wife and I moved here in 2022, which was in the middle of the Crowley's first proposal, and those meetings were highly contentious, to put it lightly. So to be here almost 4 years later, I think I have to imagine quite a few of the residents, the long-time residents, take this as a bit of a slap in the face to be here, given that there was an agreement that the builder was allowed to build 12 homes. So to be back here, I think is a bit of a slap in the face. And I think it's a dangerous precedent to set if we're going to proceed forward with this proposal, being that there's one already in place. Me personally, I don't see the harm in proceeding with the 12 that they were already approved for. But to come back after something was already agreed upon contentiously, I would say, for many of the residents, at least many that are in my immediate sphere, there was a lot of contention. So to be back here and looking to revise, I think, is a dangerous precedent to set. Thank you all so much.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Tiffany Talbert. I'm at 5310 Happy Valley Circle, South Fulton, 30331. I am a lifelong resident of South Fulton. I reside where my parents raised me, and I need Wallace Road to get home. The quote-unquote developer is inexperienced and has not built a single home, let alone a subdivision, let alone 12 $1 million homes. I would like to remind the zoning board that, again, in 2022 and 2023, the neighborhood, the Wallace Road community, fought extensively this same issue, and here we are again. The city council looked at everything from traffic and environmental issues and decided that 12 homes was the cap, and please, we urge you to keep in that precedent. Please also note again that in 3 years on the property in question, no single home has been developed. Only trees have been cut down and dirt moved around. Please also note lastly that we are not opposed to construction, but we are opposed to high-density infrastructure that would destroy the character of the neighborhood that many of us have come to love and move to Wallace Road for. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Okay, how much time do we have left on the clock? 6. Hold on, ma'am. 1 second, please. So 6 minutes and 48 seconds. Okay. How many other cars do we have?
We have 4 more cards that wish to speak.
Okay, so let's go ahead up and call up 3, or call about 4.
Yvette Trina Nguyen, Mona Reynolds, Constantine Booth, and R.D.W. Jackson.
Okay, thank you. And just keep in mind, you guys only have 6 minutes and 48 seconds, so use your time wisely.
Excuse me, everyone.
Please speak in the mic, sir, and state your name and address for the record. Thank you.
I thought I talked loud enough. But listen, I really hope that y'all don't do this. I knew Catherine the first day when I ran into her, and I saw her on Wallace Road, and I said, well, what are you doing? She says, I'm building houses. And I said, oh, that's good. Do you know Miss Rowell? Oh, who is that? I said, that's our commissioner around here. You got to talk to her before you tell anything. So I called Catherine. And I said, Catherine, this young woman, I met him on E9 and saying that she's building houses. Has she talked to you? I don't know her. But now they're in cahoots. Okay? Second of all, what bank is doing this? What bank is giving her the money to do this? Okay, then second of all the black contractors out here, why we don't have black contractors building these things or building these houses? We got a black contractor right here that built a lot of houses out here. So why didn't they call him and say, hey, Mr. Willie Britt, we building a subdivision. Why don't you come and help us? No, they're coming people from everywhere. See, I know E.R. Mitchell. I know Herman Russell, friends of mine before they died. They would never done this. They'd never done this. And he got a little kid. They should put a retainer wall, because she lived right on the end of where they did building. And if you can't build a retainer wall, you can't build nothing. So I like, the advancement, but I don't want to take the advancement up for a cost, okay? I've been in my house for 30 years, or 31 years. That's the kind of development we got out here. We ain't got no fly-by-nights. People coming in there, and next thing you know, they selling out. Or you know what I mean? She has never built nothing. And where is her money coming from? What bank she deal with? Could she tell us that?
Thank you, sir. Next person. The next person that you wanted to call, that was on the card, please.
Yvette Trina Nguyen.
Okay. Yvette's not here.
Mona Reynolds. Okay. And Constantine Booth.
Constantine? Okay. Okay. Hi, Miss Mabel. How are you?
Good afternoon to evening to all of you. My name is Mabel Martin. I live at 2445 Reynolds Road in Woodside Hills. This project really affects me. I have fought for over 6 years with GDOT trying to get traffic taken care of on Wallace Road. It took me and Dan Young on Wallace Road 5 years to get stop signs, which they run right now. My thing is and I respect you because we talk, but traffic is going to be terrible. You add 18 houses twice and then another twice with cars. We cannot get out of Woodside Hills with traffic running no stop sign. So I'm concerned about traffic. I'm also concerned about, I went to all of these meetings from start to finish. 12 houses was great for me. We started out with 36 on 12 acres with inside of senior citizens. So we really fought to get that down. We went from 36 to 25, but then the council people, they voted for 12 on an acre on $1 million homes. Excuse me. That was fine. Now the other shoe drops. Here we are again with additional houses. I just want you all to understand, I can respect her for her family, but what about my family? I've been there over 30-some years. I'm a senior. I can't get out of Campbellton and Wallace. I can't get out of Wallace and Enum. You got all these new stores over here. I can't even get out over there. I have fought with GDOT. I've met with them about the traffic. They listen, but they don't really care. In my backyard, they're getting ready to build 420 units of living space. Restaurants, townhouses, homes, and apartments. And the apartments are going to be in my backyard. We know what's happening in apartments all over, not just in our neighborhood, but all over. So that's traffic. They're going to build a roundabout up there on Campbellton and Reynolds. This additional 12 houses to me was great. I was for that. But now here we are again fighting for an additional 8. These houses are going to be downsized. They're not going to match the ones up front. That's a done deal. They're going to be downsized. I have yet to hear the square footage, the price, what they're going to look like. But I know they're going to be downsized. So I would just like to keep it at 12. I love that idea, and I respect you for that. But my family is important too, and I'm a senior. It's hard to get out of my subdivision as it is. So think about it. Ride down Wallace. If you've never been down there, ride down there one day. Look at what we're dealing with. Most of our homes are on an acre homes. So think about us. We have been over here for years. We paid taxes for years. I don't pay much now. But still, I supported this area for almost 40 years. So think about us. Think about us.
Okay, so there's 17 seconds left on the clock. Would you
so,
like to see
so
what
thank
your
you
time?
very much for your time. I appreciate
Absolutely,
that.
no problem. Okay. You got 17 seconds left, ma'am.
Okay.
Okay.
I just wanted to remind you all, I think I made this point, that this decision has already been made. And what we want to do is preserve the quality of life. I would like to say when those meetings, initial meetings were held 3 years ago, every time we went to a meeting, the information presented was different.
I'm sorry, I have to stop you right here. Thank you.
Okay.
Okay. Okay, so there is 1 minute and 23 seconds left for rebuttal on the clock for the applicant.
Just want to make sure I made a clarification that was to the zoning board on how we got here. So as mentioned, the original plan went through council approval 2023. From 2023 up until 2024, we went through a land disturbance permitting process. Once we received the land disturbance permitting processes, permits rather, in 2024, the developer worked to begin to break ground at the end of 24, beginning in 25. And in 2025, the property owner adjacent to the landowner, to the developer, decided to offer his property for sale. The developer chose to move forward with that purchase. We're again, coming through this process because based on the conditions, well, let me just also talk about what else happened in 2025. All the phase one, 8 seconds, erosion control permits were BMPs were put in place, and the neighborhood layout was incompatible with what's proposed with the 2
Thank you,
acres.
sir. Okay. At this time, the public hearing is closed. I'm sure I got a list of questions on my paper, so I'm sure my fellow commissioners have some. I'm going to go ahead and kick this off. And applicant, you may come up, actually, because I want to ask you a couple questions. I keep hearing I keep hearing a few common sayings about you've never developed any homes before. Is that accurate?
I have never developed a subdivision before. That's correct. I do renovations. I do flips and redos.
Okay.
I have people that have that experience. Does that have to solely lie on me? Or do I have the experience on my team to develop? So we have what we need to develop the subdivision as we've applied for, the conditions and everything for it.
Okay. And then as far as, so let's see. So from the time that you guys, did you receive the LDP in 2023 or was it in 2024?
2024.
Okay. So when you guys received the LDP in 2024, what has been the delay in the starting of the development up until now?
We haven't had a delay. We received, once we got the property, that's what delayed the process because we had to go back through, we had a lot of delays with the city with just getting information from them to be able to, we were trying to find out if we needed to could we merge the properties? What did we have to do? There were procedures that we had to do. There was also, we broke ground, we did the clearing and everything, but due to weather and different things, that caused some delays with that. But because we purchased the property, we couldn't move forward with all the infrastructure because there could be changes based on what the city requires.
So when you got the LDP in 2024, right? LDP in 2024.
It was at the end, it was December
of 2024.
Yeah,
So
at the end
okay,
of the year.
so then you started.
So it wasn't January.
Okay, so then you started doing everything
25.
Last year.
Yes.
Right. Okay, got it. Okay. Okay. That makes a little bit more sense. Okay, and then now you're trying to do a rezoning, and then you're going to do a combination plat to combine both of the parcels, right?
Correct.
Is that what? Okay, got it. Okay. My other question is I keep hearing this community agreement that the citizens are referring to. Do you have a copy of that we can see?
I never had an agreement with the city. With the community. We went based on we were in a meeting.
Mm-hmm.
We had several meetings.
Okay.
And at the end of the meeting, when it went to the city council, our council member had presented for 21 homes. And then we had a council member from another district amend it based on the relationship that she has with Ms. Boone and other people in the community. Approached her. They amended it for us to with the condition that we would only be able to build 12 homes.
Before you acquired the additional
Before we acquired the
parcel,
additional
right?
2 parcels.
Two parcels.
Correct.
Okay, got it. Okay, so there's no official community agreement that you guys had with the community.
That we
is
would
what you're saying.
build. No.
Okay, got it. Okay. As far as your community meetings go, I'm hearing from the citizens that they're saying, okay, well, some other conditions. Well, did they provide you conditions? Have they given you guys conditions that you got at the public participation meetings to say, hey, this is what we want, instead of saying, hey, this is not what we want, but we're willing to work with you if you guys can add these in? Has that been provided?
We've had several. I think we had a total of 6 or 7 meetings.
Okay.
Where every time we went back to them, we made adjustments because it was always about the density, the number of homes.
Okay.
So we made adjustments, we made concessions for everything that they asked for, but they were just never pleased with it because there was a couple of people that wanted it to stay rural land, just land to preserve. They approached us and said, let it be nature, just a nature place, and we could get funding to be paid for the property if we just leave it as, for the animals to roam, or just different things. So things that just wasn't in line with what we were looking to do to bring it to the city of South Fulton. There were the meetings were never meetings that we could agree on. They were always contentious and harassing meetings. They didn't want the subdivision to come in because they had had experiences with other developers who came in and offered 30. But in the very beginning, when I purchased the property, I went to the community asking them what is it that they would like. One of the suggestions was in Serenbe, there's a community, Serenbe, we offered a 55 and wiser community. That community would have allowed the seniors that live in the community to be able to move across into our subdivision and stay within the community. So the homes that they had or have, they would allow their families to be close to them where they wouldn't have to go into a retirement or whatever, but they could still stay in their communities. They rejected that. We approached, they rejected that. They rejected the number of homes, and it just kept coming down to we couldn't understand why. They didn't like the councilwoman. I'd never met her in my life until I approached her when I bought the property. I was just riding through the neighborhood, saw it, inquired about it. The sellers did not want to split the property because we only wanted a couple of acres. But because they didn't want to split the property, my family and I pooled our resources and we bought the entire 12 acres. With that, that's when we offered the community the opportunity to build a 55 and wiser community, and we would live on it. And that was always the plan, that we would build our forever home there and allow it to be other people to move in as well. So that's how it came about.
Okay. I heard a concern about the mailbox kiosk and staff.
The mailbox kiosk is not something
that's required in it now with the neighborhoods now,
Right.
the subdivisions. Like you can't just I don't even think we can do.
Door to
Isn't that like a
door.
law now?
It is.
Yeah. Okay. So yeah, I just want to make sure we're clear about that. So
We can't do door-to-door mail
because I thought that was law. You can't even do the individual mailboxes. Yeah.
Correct.
Okay. And then my question is regarding the 12 houses. I'm hearing what the citizens are saying, and you're doing what is legal, what you legally have the right to do technically, right?
Right.
Staff has approved it with conditions based on what you're trying to do. I mean, it's there for you to do, right? It's there for you to do, right? However, I appreciate you for attempting to have all these meetings with the citizens and trying to figure out a middle ground. But my question to you is that have you considered, with the additional 2 parcels that you have, instead of adding the additional homes to try to meet in the middle with the citizens, have you considered maybe just adding some amenities for those homes outside of the individual homes being able to have basements and pools, just some amenities for them to have? Because, of course, we have some large neighborhoods in South Fulton. And just thinking about maybe, a clubhouse, maybe a pool, adding those things in to try to compromise with the citizens on adding those additional homes.
Well, the thing about this is that wouldn't give the community access to the clubhouse or any of those. But when we shop the market, and because of those homes that we're building, they have personal amenities, so they're not asking for a clubhouse. They have a 5,000 square foot home with a pool and all their own amenities included in the household, so they're not asking for amenities. We are having a walking trail within the community.
Excuse me, ma'am.
We have a pavilion.
Excuse me. Can you guys just quiet down just a little bit for me? Thank you so much.
We have a pavilion in the community as well, and we're offering a gathering space with the fire pit area, but they've not asked, they're not wanting, they don't want to pay the expense to upkeep a clubhouse when their homes, have everything, all the amenities that they need.
Who is they?
the market, the
Excuse me,
market,
I can't hear.
the buyers that we have, that we're soliciting.
Okay. So I'm gonna just give you an example, and I hate that we always compare the South Side to the North Side, right? We're drastically different. However, my dad lives in Swanee, right? Multi-million-dollar homes. It's a country club. They have amenities. He has amenities at his house, but they also have pool, other amenities outside of that, right? So just because you have the houses that you're building doesn't mean that we have to limit those amenities to those individual houses. That neighborhood can still have, that subdivision can still have some additional amenities.
Amenities for the community?
No,
partake in?
we're not talking about, this is a private, if I'm living in a multi-million-dollar home, I better not be sharing with anybody else. It's not open to the community. I paid a lot of money, so I want these amenities for myself.
Right.
And I would hope maybe you would even consider gating it. But that's a whole nother thing.
We did consider it, but the city, there were some things that we couldn't do to gate it.
But I want you to think about the additional amenities that that neighborhood could have with your, even if you did the 12 houses, using the other parcels to put amenities on there instead of just limiting the amenities to those homes. I know that may not be what you want to hear, but
I understand.
Yeah, but I think that would be a good alternative to try to meet the citizens in the middle and to help, be based on your original plan. Like I said, I understand that you bought the 2 parcels and you have every right to do this rezoning, right? But I think just meet in the middle. I think that would be something nice to consider. What those amenities would look like right now, that's up to you, right? Based on how we vote today, if we did a deferral, I would love to hear what you could come back with, if that's where we wanted to go with. But again, those were my questions. You did answer them. I appreciate that.
I'd like to make a statement.
Sure, go ahead.
Actually, those 2 acres have been earmarked for other family members. So those lots belong, they won't be available to build amenities on because those houses are designated for my other family members.
Have you sold them already?
They purchased them. When they purchased that lot, yes.
Okay. So are you talking about the additional 2 parcels? You're saying that people have already they've already purchased lots for those homes?
Yes, they have purchased lots for those homes. My family members have purchased those lots for homes, yes.
Okay.
The lot, the 2 acres belong to us.
Right.
We're just asking to combine them.
Okay.
We own the lots, so you're saying take
You own the lots, but you technically, if you don't get the rezoning, then that means that somebody paid for lots that you can't build on. So it's not making sense to me right now why you would pre-sale lots.
The overall parcel was purchased. The overall parcel was purchased. The family purchased the overall parcel.
Okay, that doesn't make sense to me, but I'm gonna go ahead and
I want to get clarity. I'm
gonna pause you for a second. I'm gonna yield with my questions. Let me go ahead and let my other commissioners speak because I'm sure they have several questions. I'm gonna go ahead and start with Commissioner Jones.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have been on this, I think I'm the longest serving commissioner here. It's time for me to rotate and let someone else come in. Been here for almost 8 years. And I remember this. And I hear Minnie Rippleton right now because we back down memory lane. You see, this community is divided. John Lewis's community is divided. I love the fact that $900,000 $1 million homes, yes, bring them. Did we have an agreement? We had an understanding. I don't want to relive those meetings. There were a lot of meetings. You couldn't go to Kroger, couldn't go to Publix. Someone pop up to you talking about Wallace Road. Say, I'm just here to get some fish. I can't talk about cases. We worked this out. It went from a large amount of properties to 12. And I understand it, I understand, you know that. You live in a property, you don't want, here a developer coming in doing all that. I've been living here 40 years and now I have to, change is tough. But we had an agreement. Israel and Palestine hadn't been able to do what we did. We had a peaceful two-state solution. It was going to be 12 homes, of which not one has been built yet. Not one in 3 years. Not one. Not one model to say this is what this is what it's going to look like. And I'm just deeply concerned that in 3 more years, we'll be looking at something else, but we won't be looking at one house because we ain't looking at it now. And after all of that, after the Hatfields and the McCoys, the Bloods and the Crips calmed down, and we said we're going to build, we were excited as a commission, the commission that I was, we were excited that it was peace and that this great development that Mrs. Crowley was going to bring was going to come. So here I am tonight. I'm saying let's just build the 12, right? Let's build the 12. And I think the chair has come up because I was thinking the same thing. We'll just put a clubhouse on it. They got a clubhouse beyond the gates. And those are $3, $4, $5 million homes. They got a clubhouse in Whitewater. Right? So take that, put a clubhouse there, give some more amenities, and then everybody just let's stay in peace. And let's, for God's sake, let's build the vision that Miss Crowley had. The 12 homes that we all survived. That's the t-shirt we should all have on. We should be wearing. It should say, Gloria Gaynor, I have survived. Right? That's where we need to be. But I say this to bring your pressure down tonight. And to say we already have a good plan that everybody can walk out of here and we're happy with. And we haven't started. I'm a little nervous in my conclusion that we went through all of those meetings and I told my wife, I can't go to Publix. You go. And we got a solution and we haven't done anything with it yet. Let's build the 12. Let's put a community clubhouse there and redistribute it. He sold the property, didn't nobody, however that worked out. Work that out. You family, you can work that out. And then everybody is the better for it. Because I can't see voting for 18. When we have it, we went through all of that and we had the agreement for 12. I thought y'all was golfing by now. I yield.
Thank you so much. Commissioner Jefferson, I recognize you.
Same of the same sentiments my colleagues been talking about the 18. That's I think I'm stuck on the 18. You explained back in 23. That's a long time. I'm actually a builder myself, and that's a long time. Permits.
We didn't get the LDP until 2024, the end of 24. So it wasn't that.
But again, it's been a long time. 2 years, 3 years, it's been a long time. I am in favor of the definitely 12 lots. Maybe you can distribute the lots, like you said, your family, you can work it out. And I yield.
Commissioner Williams, I recognize you.
I'll make it short because there's nothing else I can say to that, but I do have two questions. Are you open to a HOA, yes or no?
We are doing HOA.
Okay, and then my second question is, the partials that the family members that you said already essentially own or dedicated to or whatnot, did they help fund this project?
Yes.
She said. Okay.
Commissioner Ledford, I recognize you.
Alrighty, so my question is, you're gonna live in one of the homes, right? And so, out of the original 12, how many were designated for family?
2.
So then the other 10 will be out to the public. Are those homes already pre-purchased?
We have a few that are pre-purchased, yes.
Of the 12,
Of the
you've already
12.
got agreements in place?
Yes.
Alrighty, so because of the size of the house, you're saying that the subdivision doesn't need amenities? Is that what you're telling me?
Well, the purchasers are not wanting amenities. The ones that we have,
So let's go back again. 12 properties. How many are pre-sold?
we have 2.
So the 2 people who are 2 family members have said we don't need amenities. Is that what I'm understanding?
Yes.
So individual homeowners won't have amenities because you and another family member decided you don't need amenities.
Not me and another. We have my home. There's 2 other residents that have contracts on, a total of 4.
Out of the 4, how many are family members?
2.
So the 2 family members and the 2 individuals, which are 1/3 of 12 properties, decided that all the properties don't need amenities. Is that what you're saying to me?
That's what I'm saying.
Does that make sense to you?
It makes sense to me because it's a community that we offered to offer them individual, amenities in the homes. It wasn't until you guys suggested that we offer a clubhouse that was a question for us to go back with the potential residents for.
Do you understand where I'm going down, Ms. Lane?
And so the homes are custom homes. So custom homes, they get to make that home however they want it to be. And if they want a clubhouse outside their home, that's an option, but that's not what we were presented with, and that's not what they asked.
So again, these 4 properties have nothing to do with the 2 you're promising family part of the new parcel, correct?
Correct.
So that would then be 4 family members on this property if it goes to 18 properties.
I'm sorry?
If you combine the properties, the land that the original 12, to my understanding, the other 6, 2 of them are part of the land that was only supposed to have 12. Did I miss? That's what y'all explained to me.
You're correct.
All right. And those 2 that are not supposed to be there, which you would then only be asking for 16 properties, if you combine them and stuck with the original 12 and added 4, that's 16. But you want to carve out of the space that you wasn't supposed to carve out and put 2 more for your family. Am I missing it?
No.
All right. So that would now mean a majority of the conversation happening and decisions that are pre-happening are among family members, that the individuals haven't been in those meetings that y'all have in to make decisions before you even develop. Do you understand what I'm saying?
I understand what you're saying.
And so I'm saying to you, you cannot make decisions for homeowners who have not had a chance to come to the table. You can, but the decisions that you're making is among like-minded people who already said, well, I'm going to do this on my land, so I don't need all of that. But you don't know what the other 14 homeowners want to do yet. And so outside of their four walls. So I'm saying to you, you walking down a lane that people are not completely happy with you. And so you need to have a conversation internally with these pre-homeowners. What amenities do you want to put on the table? Because it sounds like there's a problem walking this lane. So I'm just going to say, have that conversation. Don't be so close to what can I do or not do. You can, but you're already in a 3-year delay. Do you see where I'm going with this?
I see where you're going with it, yes.
So that's all I'm saying is be prepared to have that conversation if it comes to that.
Okay. Do I have? Okay. Now, when they built Madison Trace, they don't have, or do they? I don't know. Do they have a clubhouse for the community?
I'm not even saying that it has to be
but
a
I'm just
clubhouse.
saying that the developer came in and built, and then they bought. So they bought what was built. You build and they come. You know, do you build according to the zoning? You know, you guys telling me that I need to add a clubhouse?
What year was that property?
But
What year was that property developed? Since you're making that example,
I don't know what year. They could probably tell you, but I'm not sure.
Madam Chair.
So we're saying we're in 2026.
Madam
and
Chair.
The conversation is in 2026.
Commissioner Leverett.
Commissioner, I'm sorry, Commissioner Levitt, I just
we've
want
already pre-marked.
Excuse me, ma'am.
I want to make
One
this
second.
clear so that we don't open ourselves up for any legal trouble. We are not telling you
Right,
to put anything
right.
there. We are just suggesting what can happen based on what the understanding was 3 years ago.
Right. So
Thank you so much.
I'm saying we're in 2026. And so this property was built a while ago. So what people culturally are looking for is always adjusting.
I understand.
Okay. Commissioner Dunn, I recognize you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It's not really a lot for me to add comments-wise. Reverend Jones handled that. But I do have a question. Being that the original agreement was 12 homes, is there opposition from you and your family to just have larger lots with the 12 homes with the land y'all already have?
So, regardless of the 12 homes, we still have an issue with access to the landlocked land that's adjacent, that again has to be merged. So, as part of that, you know, the agreement that, you know, I hear people speaking of, it's really tied specifically to that neighborhood layout. But in order to access the additional land that, again, came about in 2025, it wasn't contemplated with 12 homes, nobody knew. You have to modify that layout in order to get to that additional acreage. So that's also part of the issue. So I hear what everybody's saying about, or, you know, the commission respectfully about the 12 homes, but we still also understand part of this request is we're seeking to have access, a road to get to the additional land, which then will cause this plan, as you see, have to be modified because you couldn't put the road through one of the houses. Of course, everybody knows. So that, understand that it's hard to just break them up, just 12 homes, and then, not get to, again, what the second part of our request is, to get access to that.
No, I was including that. Like, even when you gain access to it, is there opposition to just doing 12 homes on the entire piece of property?
On the initial 12,
All of it?
on the 12, no, we would like to have an easement to get to those 2 acres.
Right, that's what I'm
Those
saying.
2
But
parcels.
once you have access to that, are y'all opposed to just having 12 homes on the entire development? You have bigger lots, but it's still the same number of homes.
No, we would like to have, if we have to stay with the original plan, those 12 homes where they are, and have an easement to get to those 2 acres is what we would like.
I think y'all misunderstanding me.
I understand what he's saying, to have the 12 acres and just make the lots bigger to take into those other 2 acres.
Correct.
We would like to keep, if the plan is, the community wants the agreement with those 12 homes, then we can stay with the 12 homes, but those 2 parcels, we would like to have access, an easement to get to those 2 acres to be able to build on them. Because if anyone else bought those 2 acres and they needed an easement, they could build whatever they wanted to build on the homes, the property. I mean, they could build another house or 2 on those 2 acres, correct?
I mean,
No, we
they would
wouldn't.
have to come to. in front of
Excuse me,
zoning for
ma'am.
that.
Ladies and gentlemen, just quiet down just a little bit for me. Thank you.
We would like to have the 12-acre agreement that everyone wanted to stay as it is, and we would like to have those 2 acres, access to those 2 acres to be able to build.
Excuse me, ladies and gentlemen.
Okay.
Okay.
I'm finished.
Okay. So if you have access to the 2 acres that you still want to build on, well, Commissioner Dunn, are you saying that them keeping the 12 houses, but just making the initial lots, making all of them larger, basically, so it wouldn't be 18 homes or whatever, it would still be 12, they would just be larger, and she would still be able to have access to that additional parcel,
Correct.
those 2 parcels, right?
Yes, correct.
Okay. Okay.
I don't understand.
But what?
Right.
Okay, let me ask you a question, Ms. Crowley. For clarity, are you saying that you would be okay if you guys, because you guys are going to combine the 2 parcels with the other parcel, you would be okay with doing 12 houses total on all those, on your parcels, just making them larger?
No, that's what you guys said. I didn't.
Got it. Okay. Got it. Okay. Thank you for the clarity. Okay. Okay. So that tells me exactly. Yeah. Okay. It sounds like we might need to circle back around on this. Let me ask staff a question. Matthew, I want to see, I can't locate the public participation plan, like, that you guys usually, what they've recorded from the meeting. I don't see any of that in here. I would like to see that. I don't know if you guys can pull stuff from past meetings when they initially did the original approval, what that looked like. I would love to see what that was. I feel like I'm missing a few things here that I would like to see.
Point of clarification, you're saying that in your staff report, you don't see the public participation plan information?
Mm-mm. All that is missing in here. So there's some stuff that I think I would like to review. What's that? Let me see. No. It's the one that they have. You know how they submit one back? Yeah. You know how they submit one back and it tells them they do their own little summary type of. Yeah, I want to see those. Personally, I would like to see you guys. Let me start by saying this. I think the houses are beautiful. I think you did a great job with the elevation that I saw. However, I don't see those elevations in here. This is my first time seeing those elevations tonight. I don't see them in our binders. It would be nice to see some more pictures of what that looks like. The public participation stuff, I want to see that. I think that you may need to have another conversation. I don't hear that the community is necessarily against it. I think that they're just not. They're just not pleased with 18. That's just what it is. They're not against you doing the development at all. I see the conditions that staff has in here. This is great. The conditions are great, but it's just still the 18 dwellings that seems to be the sticking point, right? Again, the same thing that I've said with all of the other applicants that came up tonight. We're trying to meet you in the middle. We're not trying to, outright just give you a denial, but we want to work with you to try to figure out what can this look like. So if that looks like you going back to the community and seeing all these beautiful faces and these beautiful faces coming up with a community plan, I've seen a lot of citizens before. I've seen neighborhoods and associations come up with a community plan and they bring it to the commission, and the developer sometimes agrees to it, once you guys come to that agreement. So I think it's just a matter of, at this point, to try to make everyone happy. I think it would be nice to meet in the middle and just try to figure out what can that look like. Again, as we all spoke, I think the commission as a whole, excuse me, ladies and gentlemen, I think the commission as a whole agrees with the amenities. We want to see some amenities in there, just like we said with D.R. Horton, and we need to see amenities, right? Even if it's a private community or subdivision. So I think it would be in your best interest. Again, we can't tell you what to do. These are all recommendations. We're a recommending body. This goes to the mayor and council. However, if I were you, I would take I would request a deferral just so that you can give yourself more time. Because again, we're trying to work with you. We don't want to sit here and just slap a recommendation of denial. We want to work with you and see what this can really look like. Again, the houses are beautiful, great job on that. But you let us know what you want to do.
Can we have a moment?
Sure, absolutely. Go ahead. Yeah, no problem. If you need to step out, you may for a second. Okay, so ladies and gentlemen, while the applicant is trying to figure out what they want to do, we're going to take a 5 to 8 minute break. I know y'all don't want to hear that. Thank you. Okay. Okay. So here we are. We're back. It's 6:19 p.m. I'm sorry. Y'all, I'm sorry. It's late. It's late. It's late. I thought it was time to get off work. Okay. It's 9:19 p.m. My apologies. It's 9:19 p.m. and we're back on Z26-007. Okay. What did you guys come up with?
Okay, based on Reverend Jones' statement and his frustration or him not being wanting to be approached anymore with the community inquiring about our project, and based on, and he's already said that, you guys are going to, not approve it based on the community and what the community wants and what they've expressed to you all. And our plan is in line, with zoning, with the landscape, everything that we followed the procedures for the zoning and everything. But based on community feedback is what apparently, like you said, you guys will be making your decision on it. So we would like for you to vote.
Point of order.
So, excuse me, give me 1 second,
Well,
Commissioner
I
Jones.
was addressed, so.
Oh, give me 1 second, I got you. Let me just make one thing clear. Reverend Jones does not speak for the entire commission. Every commissioner votes for their district, right? So I think what he's saying is he's just expressing some of the same sentiments that the community is saying, but he is not necessarily saying that he's not saying that the commission is going to vote denial. That is not what was communicated. Let's just be clear there. So that, and again, he cannot vote for the board. Every district has their own vote. Okay? We're all individual representatives, but we represent one city at the end of the day, right? So I just want to be clear there. That's not what the case is. I'm going to go ahead and yield, and Commissioner Jones, I recognize you.
Yeah, thank you very much for that. I vote for District 3. And I have the history of working on this case. And so I'm saying I know what came out of that. And for me, I don't see going back into that after there was council and everyone had the understanding that there were going to be the 12. So I don't ever tell another commissioner how to vote. But I did say that I cannot see myself voting for 18 after we have done that. Yes, I was approached in places. Yes, people were calling me and I had to tell them I can't discuss cases because it's not legal for me to do that. I did have that experience, and I do remember the meetings, and I do remember what the outcome was, and I do remember that as of right now, we do not have a product to look at. So I just want to make that clear. Everything that I'm saying for me and for my decision and for the vote that I'm entrusted to make is factual.
Thank you, Commissioner Jones. Commissioners, are there any other comments for the applicant? Okay. I hear that you would like us to vote. However, we also have the right to request a deferral. So I don't vote, but I will allow my commissioners to throw the motion of tonight for this application. So at this time, if you don't have anything else to address us with regarding your application, we will go ahead and move forward with the vote.
At the end of the day, Liberty Oasis Estates is creating a community of thoughtfully designed semi-custom estate homes that reflect quality, responsible growth, and long-term investment in South Fulton. I've listened to the concerns that have been shared, and I respect the voices of the community. At this time, I believe this plan represents balance. The approach fits the character of the area, and most importantly, I'm just asking you guys to recommend approval for Liberty Oasis Estates. It meets all of the procedures for land use and development, so I'm asking for your vote. of approval.
Thank you so much. Okay, you may take a seat. Okay. So at this time, we are going to go ahead and take our first vote, which is going to be on the findings of fact as presented by staff. Can I get a motion?
Motion to approve findings of fact by staff.
Is there a second?
I second.
It's been properly moved and seconded. Can you please call the roll?
Commissioner Jones?
Aye.
Commissioner Jefferson?
Aye.
Commissioner Williams?
Aye.
Commissioner Leverett?
Aye.
Commissioner Dunn?
Aye.
Okay.
Ayes have it.
Thank you so much. And now we're going to go ahead and take our second vote, which is going to be to approve, deny, or defer the application. Can I get a motion for action on the application? And sorry, Commissioner Williams, I just want to ask staff one question before you guys throw this motion. Staff, in the case, for example, say commissioner wants to throw out an approval. There are conditions on here. If a commissioner wanted to do approval with conditions and reduce the dwellings down, is that an option? Because right now, you guys have it that the property should be restricted to no more than 18 as one of the conditions. Is that an option for planning commission to reduce the dwellings down to the original plan?
Yes, you can make a motion to amend the conditions, yes.
Okay. And it could be to whatever the dwelling number, like the 12 if they wanted to.
Whatever that commissioner wishes to make that motion, if it passes, yes.
Okay, thank you. So just commissioners, just keep that in mind as well. So it already has approval with conditions on here, but as staff said, we can restrict, we can recommend a restriction on there if you want to reduce it down to the 12. So just so that we're clear there. Because I don't think that we're against the plan. I think we're just listening. We're just hearing what citizens are saying about the 18. It doesn't take away all the other conditions that they have to meet. Is that right, Matthew? Please correct me if I'm wrong.
No, you're right. I just want to make a point that the conditions have to match. So say, for example, you can't say we recommend approval but have 12 single-family dwellings, and then condition number 2 says the site plan shall be in conformity with the site plan that's submitted. So the conditions have to match.
So that would still technically, so if that was the case, then they would have to come back with the new site plan and then, got it, okay. But could that be a part of the deferral and then have them come back with that, and then on the next one, we could vote for?
If you want to do deferral, would they come back with a new site plan? Yeah, that's
Okay,
possible.
okay, got it, okay. We're giving her an option. We can give her an option too. You can't force her to do anything. We can do a deferral, see what she comes back with, however y'all want to do it. Okay, so we'll go ahead. I'm sorry, Commissioner Williams, to interrupt your motion. Please go ahead and make your motion.
I make a motion to defer case Z26-007 to our next Planning Commission meeting, which is April 22nd.
Is there a second?
Second.
It's been properly moved and seconded. Can you please call the roll?
I would like a discussion.
Okay, excuse me, I'm sorry, staff. There's discussion, so give me 1 second. Okay. There's some discussion on the floor?
Yes, if we're deferring it for them, when are we going to say what it is we want them to work on during this time frame? Because if we just say we deferring it, we're not saying with instructions, right?
Well, I think that we've given them enough instruction on that's what we all commented on. So I think that they should take the instruction that not even the instruction, we've given them feedback. We've given them a lot of critical feedback. They should take that, and then they should come back, which is the reason that we're doing a deferral. So that's I'm sorry. Yeah. So that's what they should be taking back. So we don't necessarily have something to say, hey, do this, this, and this, and this. It's up to them to take what we've given them tonight and to hopefully come back with something better, the same that we did with, for example, the D.R. Horton project. They came back with some additional things. We didn't tell them necessarily what to bring, but they put on there based on what we would like to see. So same thing for this one.
Point of order, Madam Chair.
Commissioner Jones, I recognize you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So it's important to remember that we are a recommending body. And so we are trying to get a cohesive recommendation for council. And with, so it was said that we heard the public, we heard the entire public. We heard pro and con. We heard everybody. And so the recommendation that we are attempting to make is to look at this, go back, and if you're saying, look, no, we want to move forward, then take this time to come back and tell the commission the same thing you told us tonight. And then we'll take a vote of our conscience at that time.
Yep. So that's absolutely correct, Commissioner Jones. So as he said, we cannot tell them what to do. We can recommend. They can come back on April 22nd with nothing. That's up to them. They can come back on April 22nd with something. We're still going to vote. Okay? So at this time, we've already, we need to go ahead and take the roll. Okay? Are we good on discussion anymore? Okay. Please call the roll.
Commissioner Jones.
This is on the motion?
This is for deferral, yes.
Deferral. Aye.
Commissioner Jefferson.
Aye.
Commissioner Williams.
Aye.
Commissioner Leverett.
Aye.
Commissioner Dunn.
Aye.
Ayes have it.
Thank you so much. So this case for Z26-007 has been deferred to the April 22nd meeting. We appreciate all that have come out. We still have one more case. You all are more than welcome to stay and listen to that as well, or we'll give you a second to dismiss. Thank you.
Good job, y'all. That was great. That was great.
But you know what, the real issue is though, we can do all of this here, and it goes to council, and they approve it. I mean, so sometimes I don't get it. Yeah. Right. Exactly. No. Yeah, I'm pretty sure. Because I really think.
Excuse me, ladies and gentlemen. We are still in a meeting right now. So if you are leaving this meeting, please go ahead and dismiss yourself quietly so we can go ahead and finish this meeting and get out of here ourselves. So I appreciate you all so much. We are going to go ahead and move on to our next case and our last case, which is going to be T26-002. Staff, can you please sign the report?
Yes. This is a text amendment to amend the City of South Fulton zoning ordinance for home-based businesses. This section, or this text amendment, seeks to delete and replace section 303.11, which is our home occupations. As you can see in front of you, this will include a new section for home occupations. Will include the purpose, location, alteration of structures. A few highlights that I would like to highlight that this this text amendment will help broaden for our home occupations. The current ordinance we have, we got it from the Fulton County. It was kind of outdated. We did a in-depth analysis of all our business licenses and did a zoning review for all business licenses that came in, and we identified some opportunities that will help, especially during the pandemic, for people who are working at home to make it more easier and to make the City of South Fulton more business friendly. So what this will do in particular for Section D, it will add a home occupations operations and employees are limited to the members of the family residence and no more than one on-site non-residential employee at any time. And also that the business may have additional remote employees that do not work, that do not live at the residential dwelling. Right now, our current home occupation state that the home's occupations and employees are limited to the members of the resident's family only, and we think that's a deterrent, and certainly in this business environment. So this text amendment seeks to clarify some roles in terms of vehicles and parking. Also states that no goods or material supplies of any kind shall be delivered to or from the premises in connection with the home occupation, except in a passenger automobile or a residential express company. And also it dictates, again, it keeps the prohibited uses. So section N states that the following uses are still prohibited, which is auto repair or similar operations, eating or drinking establishments, the keeping of animals, funeral homes, motel type establishments, medical or dental office, and private clubs. And then lastly, I will highlight that it does state that for P, we identify that no more than 2 customers, clients, or people shall be permitted on site at any time. And then lastly, that the section S, that home occupations must exclude the use of instruments, machinery, or equipment that emits noise. So with that, we recommend approval.
Thank you so much. Do we need to open up a public hearing for this? Okay, cool. Okay, so we have to open up a public hearing for this. Are there any cards?
We have one card and and 4, I'm sorry.
Okay.
A proponent, and that is Mr. Alvin Reynolds.
Oh, okay. Oh, okay, he left. Okay,
And he
cool.
left.
Okay, so we can go ahead and close the public hearing. The commissioners, do you all have any questions for staff? Okay, Commissioner Jones, I recognize you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Matthew, Section D. And so Section D. So now I can have the people who live in my home can work for the company. And I can have additional remote employees that do not work in the dwelling.
Work or live in the dwelling, yes.
Work or live in the dwelling, so I don't have to give employees a lease to be able to come to work. Okay. Use vehicles and okay, delivery, that was my issue. Where did I see, what section was delivery? Commercial vehicle.
Section M.
Section, vehicles parked no more than 2 commercial vehicles. So what kind of, Section J.
Okay.
What kind of commercial vehicles?
So like if you're doing like a janitorial type services or anything that requires materials that you have to transport from a location to another, that will fall into that category of
So
a
they could
commercial
put
vehicle.
two vans, I'm trying to sprinters in front of the house. That could be there all the time. I just want to be clear.
Yeah, that's what Jay is saying, that they can, no more than 2 commercial vehicles used in conjunction with the home occupation may
But
be
it can't
parked.
be a truck. And when I say a truck, I mean like a rider truck or a moving truck.
So we define it in section 607.03. It says that a specialized vehicle is not a commercial vehicle. And it says that for the purposes of a commercial vehicle is defined as a duly registered and licensed vehicle used to
Section 6?
Yeah.
I don't have a
it's,
Section 6.
right. I'm saying it references in this text amendment, but it's in the zoning ordinance, right?
okay.
It's not listed here, but it's referencing that section.
Say that again, that.
Section 607.03. It says a specialized vehicle is not a commercial vehicle. And then it also goes on to say that a commercial vehicle is defined as a duly registered and licensed vehicle used to transport passengers or property in furtherance of a commercial enterprise. So it has to be something that you're using, like if you're a janitor and you have materials that you want to transport from location to another, you can keep them stored there in a commercial vehicle and then go to that job site and do that work.
But what's to stop someone from having a moving truck?
Excuse me, Matthew. Can I interrupt for a second? Okay. Commissioner Jones, look at K. If you look at K, it does say that you can move household goods. it tells you in K they can't store the trucks and all that stuff unless engaged in moving household goods or making deliveries. They can't park them in residential areas or store them. So there's some clarity there on the trucks.
Medium and heavy duty trucks, semi trucks.
And then and at the end, it talks about moving household goods or making deliveries.
Excuse me.
No, you're fine. Yeah, it just says that you can't store the trucks or park them in any ag or residential area unless they're actually engaged in household moving or making deliveries.
And that's what that means, what it says. Okay.
So is your question based on saying that you just basically can't have a commercial vehicle parked outside at all times of the day? You're saying that would this prevent
Yeah,
that?
but see, you give someone an inch, they take a mile.
Yeah.
And
yeah.
on my street, the horse ranch, that is no longer a horse ranch, is now a motorcycle. A guy he's literally building motorcycles, right? And fixing motorcycles. So we're getting these hog motorcycles coming, and he's put a new section on, and he was allowed to do this. I don't know, because I've reached out to everyone when it happened, and we wouldn't have had the data center if he wouldn't have done the motorcycles, because the motorcycles were coming so much that Mr. Scarborough said, I'm going to sell my property to Microsoft and move. And so we got a data center that's tearing up our community now because of this. So, these things are connected, and I just want to make sure that we have a hard line and people understand they can't. My last question was M. We wanted to go to M. No goods, materials, supplies, or items of any kind can be delivered either to or from the premises in connection with the home occupation except in a passenger automobile or by a residential express mail company, UPS, FedEx, etc. No deliveries to or from the premises shall be made by tractor, trailer, or semi-truck. Is that specifically what that section is saying? Is it an 18-wheeler can't come down the street?
Absolutely.
Okay. Thank
Absolutely.
you, sir. Thank you. I yield.
Was there someone else that had a question? I had a question. Okay, Commissioner Leverett, I recognize you.
Greetings. On letter F, it says the smaller of 25% or 750 square feet of the gross floor area of a dwelling unit may be used for activities devoted to home occupation. So the home can only have 750 square feet of living space?
So we're saying either or. So either it's whichever is smaller, 25% of total or 750 square feet, whichever one is smaller.
For home occupation or for the home business?
For the home occupation.
That's where I'm confused, because occupation to me means I'm living there, not my home business.
No, I think you're saying the same. I think you're saying
The words are used interchangeably.
It's the same. Y'all are saying the same thing. It's 750 square feet of the home or 25%. So whatever is smaller, that's all you're saying. Where you're housing your small business. So if it's your house, 25% or 750 square feet, whatever one is smaller. But wherever you're housing your home business. So if it's in your home, then that's the max space that you can use in the home is basically what it's saying.
And that's my confusion, because the way I'm reading it, my home business, like it's like I'm like out of my house, I can live in 750% or 25% of it. Not that this is my business space can't be bigger than 25% or 750%.
Your business space.
And it says home occupation.
Right.
So that's what I'm saying. For me, it's not clear that you're saying it's the business occupation space inside your home.
Go ahead, sir.
I think it would clarify if you replace the word occupation with job. So in that sense, it's not talking about the space that you occupy. It's just talking about your home job.
Or the business or something like that.
Yeah. So it's not talking about the space that you occupy. It's just talking about your occupation in the sense of your job.
Right. So just business-wise. All right. And then it says retail activities, only handmade items, crafts made in home, and incidental items approved may be offered for sale on the business. And then in S, it says home occupations must exclude the use of instruments, machinery, or equipment that emit sounds, i.e. musical instruments, sewing machines, saws, drills that are detectable beyond the unit. So if I make wood furniture, I can't use a saw outside to make my furniture, or if I make metal grills or something, I can't make them outside in my yard. Because that would require a saw or something.
Will that emit noise? Will that create dust?
That's my point. So people who like to make wood on the side can't do it at home?
I think they're saying, when they're saying like handmade, like things that don't require those equipment to use. So if you're building wood and metal, I think that wouldn't be allowed. No, not as a home occupation.
So
Right.
I think I think the idea though, when you really think about it though, you know, would you want a woodworker really next to your house? I mean, it's probably going to be loud, you know. So when you think about it from that standpoint, you're like, okay, I kind of see why that's in there. Only one I don't understand is the sewing machine, because what if you're a seamstress? You know, that one I don't understand, because that does not emit. I haven't heard a lot of sewing machines that emit a lot of, you know, major noise. So I think that one doesn't make sense. But I do understand personally the emission of like the wood and you know, different things of that nature. Because when you start using, you know, cutting down wood and stuff, sometimes you have to use I can't even think of the tool, but some of it makes fire and things of that nature. So you have to think about that stuff when you are putting them next to. But for me personally, I would like to see sewing machines removed out of that.
So I'm going to say again, sewing machines a lot of times are going to be female-based, and male side businesses are going to be
Men sew.
men.
Men sew.
I didn't say men don't sew. I said majority, mainly female-based. And
We probably should leave that out.
But
And it's just not touch that.
Then you have the people who do the woodwork, and they do it in their garages and they do it in their backyard. And so now we're saying you can no longer do that once this hits, is what I'm just trying to make sure I'm clear on. Something that people have been doing, they're no longer allowed to do.
So
they can do it. We just won't give you a business license for it.
That's right. But again, as I stated, I personally wouldn't want someone next to me woodworking. I don't want to hear all that all day and night. I don't want to, personally. You know, I don't want to smell the scent. I don't care about a sewing machine. Sew all you want. But I don't want to hear a saw. It's like the same thing when people are mowing their lawn. It gets a little bit annoying when they're up at 8 in the morning, even though they can legally do it. It gets a little annoying. But I do understand what you're saying. I think they're not looking at it really from a gender base. They're just looking at it from, you know, in letter R, it says, if it generates traffic, sound, smell, vibration, light, or dust, that's offensive, it shouldn't be a home occupation. So I can agree with that as well. I just don't agree with the sewing machine.
Noted with that change.
Commissioner Williams, I recognize you.
Sorry, it's late, right? So with that same R and home occupations, is there a way that we could make notation that, I don't know, maybe there's a shed or an exterior, I don't know, that maybe that could be something that you all don't agree with, but what if there were a shed in the back that someone who does do woodworking, we could accommodate for that? I don't know if there's a way that we could add language for that.
Under G, it says they can't do it.
Yeah, I was looking for
Yeah.
a section. I think it says explicitly prohibits accessory structures or accessory buildings or structures may not be used for home occupation. And then under B, it says that the home occupation shall be limited to the dwelling unit, including the basement and the attached garage. So if it's separate from the principal structure, you can't.
Then
It wouldn't
it's
be
not
allowed.
doable.
Right.
Okay. In letter I, There should be no storage, display or activity associated with the home occupation visible outside the structure. Okay, well, then let's go to vehicles and parking. If the home-based business has a truck, then it's going to be visible outside, right? Because it's got to be parked there. So should we look at revising some of that language?
Point taken. I will take that back and we'll look at it.
That's all.
I want some clarity on, that's a good point. I would like clarity on, are you guys saying when it says engaged in moving household goods or making deliveries, is it saying like it's temporarily there while it's making the household good and delivery? Or is it physically stored there at the home for the business? That's what you were saying? Yeah, I'm just curious about that. Is it just temporarily there? Like, okay, they pull up and they're doing a move and it's 8 hours and it's sitting there, doing that? Or is it something that's going to be parked there?
I took it like if I am doing the deliveries, and that is, a lot of people are buying the what kind of van are they called? Sprinter, that I can park it at home at night, and then I go back out tomorrow and I start going to do my deliveries. So that's how I took this, is that's what they're saying. I can leave it at my house.
And I want to say there is a section that states that the vehicle, if you're going to use it, if it's going to be parked overnight at your home, it has to be parked like in the back behind a fence or a wall, so it can't be parked out front anyway. So if it's going to be out front, it would have to be temporary. If we want to store it overnight, it would have to be like out of sight from the public street.
One more thing that I would like for you to take note is, and I don't know if we can, somehow you guys can incorporate this, or if it's just something to think about, is making sure that citizens know, say this does go into effect, making sure that they understand that maybe they live in an HOA and this may not override their HOA, because what if their HOA doesn't allow that? So this it kind of reads like this is the all in all, and if their HOA has other rules that say, well, you can't do this, but South Fulton is saying you can, it might be a little bit conflicting. So maybe some language in there that talks about, basically HOAs, kind of, I don't know who rules who, whatever, but something like that, because the HOA may govern that property or whatever.
Absolutely.
Yeah. So, okay, cool. So I'm assuming this is on the council meeting for April 15th?
Yes.
Okay. I think that I guess we can request some changes, or you just take
approval with changes?
Yeah.
Yeah, sure.
Do you guys want to maybe do an approval with some conditions, or are y'all good with it how it is? You're okay.
Where is it? Back to section S, musical instruments. So if someone is teaching jazz in their home, or, classical, piano, or percussion, this is saying that they can't do it.
That is correct.
Yeah, because again, it would go back to R, no home occupation shall generate traffic, sound, smell, vibration, light, dust that is offensive. So if you're tutoring, but I can hear it next door through my wall, if it's an apartments, or even if you're home and it's separated by 15 feet, if I can still hear it, then that's loud. So yeah, it wouldn't be.
So how about we do this, because it's going to go to council anyways, and they have the right to go ahead and vote on it, like once it gets to them. What I would say we do is, I would say we make our recommendation and just maybe add some recommendations in there, not necessarily conditions, because staff sounds like they need to go back and clarify possibly a couple things in it, but maybe make some recommendations to staff and council that could be incorporated into it, but not necessarily approving it with those set conditions, because we were asking for clarity on a few things that we weren't even 100% sure about as well. So I think that if we throw the motion and add in some recommendations instead of putting conditions.
Section by section?
Yeah, just the ones that we called out, probably the one with the moving truck, maybe talking about the HOA, just things that staff could probably clarify and tighten up before it goes to council. What do y'all think?
That's gonna be a crazy motion.
Yeah, that's that's really the only way really to do it, because again, it's gonna go to council anyway. So I'm trying to get us to get our comments in without not having any comments at all. Because if we defer, it won't do us any good. Because again, it's going to council. Yeah, it's going to council anyways.
So we can approve it with the conditions and just say the sections, and then just say the section and what the issue is.
Let's just say approval with recommendation.
Approval with
Yeah,
recommendation.
yeah, because they need some clarity. So would it be okay if we did a motion and allowed the commissioners that wanted to add their recommendation, just call it out by name and just do it like that, just so that we can catch everyone?
Or like
Yeah.
the S, yeah.
Okay, so what we can do is someone can throw out the motion to approve, and then we can do some recommendations attached to it and just let each commissioner say whatever their recommendation is, so that they can put that on the record and get that over to community development and council. Okay?
I make a motion to
Y'all
approve.
good? Oh, we good. Oh, let's go.
Text amendment T266-002.
Okay. Indeed. Is there do you have
Approval with recommendations.
Okay. And can we do that? Can we go down with the recommendation? Okay, let's go ahead. Hit your recommendation. I'll just go down the
Start
line.
down there, 'cause I
Okay.
can work back.
No recommendation? Okay. Commissioner Leverett, did you have a recommendation? Okay. Commissioner Williams, did you have a recommendation?
So let me clarify my recommendation. I just feel some kind of way that we telling certain things, people who have been doing things for millions, well, we ain't been alive millions of years, whatever. For people who do natural, they've been using their garage or their backyard.
Excuse me, I'm sorry,
You know,
Commissioner
I don't
Leverett.
know.
I don't mean to cut you off, but right now we just need the recommendation because I don't want to mess the motion up. So just throw your recommendation.
So I don't know how to make that recommendation. Is where I was going. So that's why I said I didn't have one.
No, but it sounds like your recommendation may be that you want them to look at the sound, the emission of the sound.
Section R?
Yeah.
No. Yeah.
Section R and S?
Yes. Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah, no problem. Yep. Just kind of re-looking at that section R. Okay, cool. Do you have a recommendation, Commissioner Williams?
Yes, section I, as it relates to section J and K.
Okay. And I would like to make a recommendation, this is Chair Vickers, just to consider some kind of HOA language there to figure out which one governs in the case that someone is trying to do a home business. Okay. Commissioner Jefferson, did you have a recommendation? Okay. Commissioner Jones, do you have a recommendation?
Section S, musical instruments, sewing machines. Section JKL.
And that's clarity on the parking?
Yes.
If it's allowed overnight or if it's just in conjunction with a delivery?
Yeah.
Okay.
Can they deliver? Yes.
Okay. So we have a motion on the floor with several different conditions from several commissioners. Is there a second?
Second.
It's been properly moved and seconded. Can you please call the roll?
Commissioner Jones.
Aye.
Commissioner Jefferson.
Aye.
Commissioner Williams.
Aye.
Commissioner Leverett.
Aye.
Commissioner Dunn.
Aye.
Okay. Thank you. Perfect. And we got one more thing before we get out of here. We just need to amend. We have to go back and amend our vote for
Z26-002?
and CDP 26-002, or was it just the Z26? It was Z26. Not the second case, but the first case, right? This was like two cases in one, but
Yeah.
the rezoning, right? Okay.
So your original motion was to rezone it, to approve it as CUP, to not approve it as CUP, but to approve it as R5. The correct motion would be to approve it as a CUP with the R5 regulations. So I need you all to take back that previous vote and then vote on the new motion with that new language.
CUP with an R5 recommend.
Zoning regulations, yeah.
Okay, so I need someone to amend the motion that was originally placed, which was, or that was originally stated, which was to, it was a recommendation for, was it a recommendation for, oh, we denied that, was it?
No, it's for approval.
Hold on, I want to make sure we're talking about the right case.
Welcome All Road, 4700.
I'm looking at the wrong one, I'm sorry, Z26-002.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I need a motion to strike the original motion that we made, which was for approval with condition to basically change the zoning to R5.
Who made the motion?
You made the motion? Okay.
Okay, I move to amend the motion by case number, excuse me, Z26-002. Amend it from an R5 to a CUP with the R5 regulation.
Okay, is there a second? Oh, you fine.
Second.
Tim Proudly moved and seconded. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, okay, the ayes have it. Thank you so much. So this was a great meeting. It is 10 o'clock. We need to adjourn this. All those in favor of adjournment at 10 o'clock p.m., please say aye.
Aye.
Okay, thank you so much. The ayes have it. Y'all have a great evening.